That's Mabunda. Hello? Hello? What do you want here? What do you want? Hello? 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 Good morning. Sanbonan. Aizwakale nto. Sanbonani. Hello? Yeah. Sanbonan. Hello? Oh. Not bad. Sa-
Test 1 2 2 2. Testing 1 2 2 2. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2 2 2. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2 2 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2 2 2.
Hello. Yeah? Yeah.
Because apparently, Baba guided questions, not about guided questions.
Is it?
So kids are level.
No.
They are now time some.
Kunzi.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Hello. Can this thing be? Hi. Hello. Is there a way of getting those people inside? Can we do the announcement? Come on, for people to come in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May we settle down? We are about to start. May we all take our seats. I'm hoping there is a person from CSIR to take us through the safety protocols. Do we have somebody from CSIR to take us through the safety protocols? But one of the safety protocols is that there's no smoking in the building. So we also smoke outside, for those of us who smoke. If there's nobody from CSIR to take us through the safety, one of the important aspects of us being here is to know where the bathrooms are, so that we can be comfortable as and when we want to use the bathrooms. There's bathrooms at the end there on my left facing you, but it's on your right facing me. And the other bathrooms straight across the hall. One of the ladies is on the left, another one from the gents is on the right, behind the hall. Whilst we are waiting for the deputy ministers and other dignitaries, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sipiwe Dlamini. I'm with the Department of Defense, Ministry of Defense. I've been requested to be your program director this morning and this afternoon. And if I can share with you why they've asked me to be your program director. I'm retiring in 2 years, so I'll join the group here. That's why I was asked to come. I've seen a number of familiar faces here, so I'll be comfortably accepted and received when I retire. I've seen a lot of familiar faces that I have been with in my other life. I think the gentleman here is going to take us through safety precautions. Are you the one, sir? Please go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Welcome to the CSIR ICC. My name is Jobe Mkachwa. I'm the Safety and Setup Coordinator. In an unlikely event of an emergency, please remain calm. Use the 2 exits to evacuate. There will be an alarm that's going to sound. It's a large audible sound. You just evacuate, you turn left towards the reception area. Our trained fire marshals and the emergency team will assist you to the assembly area. Please be on the lookout for slips and trips. Please let's not use the lift when there is an emergency. Should you not feel well, please let us know. We have medics on site to assist you. I think the bathrooms were covered. We also would like you to take care of your personal belongings, as this is a public building. We also have a free Wi-Fi. It's free CSIR Wi-Fi. You don't need any password. Please use sanitizing stations all around the building. Please, if there's anything else you need, just let us know. Our friendly staff is here to assist. Please enjoy the rest of your session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You didn't tell us about whether the roof opens or not if there's fire. The last time I was here, you said it opens. And there's a helicopter that will come and pick us up here instead of using the Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to wait for the DMO. He's here. And the rest of the senior members of AMSCO. But whilst they are walking in here, DM, You can have a seat. Thank you. I hope everybody is settled, and we are going to start in earnest with the Deputy Minister's presence here. Our program will run approximately for half a day, which we're hoping to conclude this event around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm hoping that all of us will remain here for the duration of the event, because it's very important that the information that we shall be sharing here, you get all of it. Because without the information, there's little we can do together. It's an important event in the sense that AMSCO, the host, is hard at work to ensure that the opportunities are availed to our military veterans at all times for them to participate in the economic space. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister of Military Veterans, Ubabu Mkungo, who's accompanied by the board of AMSCO, with the chairperson in leadership. Allow me to also acknowledge the ambassador of Turkey, a very, very important partner in as far as the defense industry is concerned. May I also acknowledge the CEO of AMSCO, our host today. Furtherance to that, I'll also acknowledge the Director General of DMV in absentia. I hope she'll join us in a short while. Let me acknowledge senior officials from AMSCO, senior government officials and representatives who are here. Let me acknowledge the CEO of the association, AMD. And of course, let me acknowledge the community that we're about here. This thing is a bit too low, man. Let me acknowledge the community that we're about here, which is the military veterans themselves, all members represented here, and various military veteran stakeholders. That's our important stakeholder who we're about today. If there's anyone that I've left, it's not because I don't want to call you or acknowledge you, it's because I'm not aware that you are here. As I said earlier, my name is Sipiwe Dlamini from the Ministry of Defense. I'm going to be a program director this morning. Without any waste of time, we're going to go into the program, which the first person to address us is the CEO of AMSCO, Advocate Mbada, who will take us through the welcoming remarks. And there'll be an official address by Dr. Mahapa, the board chair of AMSCO, who's hosting us today. And that will be followed by the event purpose and context, which is Mr. Lungwana from the Department of Defense. And there'll be the compliance, arms control compliance awareness by Mr. Mokhachang. Oh, sorry, Ms. Mokhachang. My apologies. Before I get thrown out of this podium. Senior manager from AMSCO. We will then have a panel discussion. And the reason for a panel discussion is very simple. We're going to go into detail of why we're here and why you should remain in your seats so that you can collect as much information as possible. Because this is your event and you're supposed to get as much information as possible. We'll then have the Deputy Minister who will give us a keynote address to tell us why the department believes that we should be working very closely with this important stakeholder. Obviously, there'll be a vote of thanks from Mr. Boy and the closing remarks. There will be exhibitions, which I think by now you would have all seen. The exhibitions are represented by various stakeholders. It's important that you go to each and every stall so as to gather as much information as possible. As I say, I cannot repeat myself enough to say this is your event, this is your information sharing, and we should take as much information as possible. Without further ado, may I invite Advocate Mbara to present his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I will write on the protocol that you've already observed. Suffice to say, I must as well acknowledge our Deputy Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Mr. Richard Mkungu, our Chairperson of the AMSCO Board and the Board, executive members of AMSCO, AMD CEO, Mr. Ndlovu, representatives from government departments and the exhibitors, representatives from the private sector that have joined us today, exhibitors, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my singular honor to be given this opportunity and address, in particular, the members of the military veterans. On behalf of AMSCO and our partners, I warmly welcome you to this very important event, the Supplier Information Day 2025. We hope that this will be an annual event, and in between, we will have regular interactions based on some of the input that we'll be receiving here today, and that now we have a sizable database of the people who are attending today. Today is not just another event on our calendar, it is a milestone where we gather to foster meaningful collaborations and create a pathways for inclusion and empower our military veterans, and making sure that economic opportunities for our military veterans and their beneficiaries are kept on top of our agenda. As the acquisition agency, AMSCO plays a pivotal role in advancing the socio-economic development agenda, ensuring that the defense sector is not only about equipment and capabilities, but is also people-centered, especially those who have served this nation with great dedication and sacrifice. AMSCO has been intentional in driving initiatives that enable military veterans to access business opportunities, information, skills development programs, and enterprise support. We want to make this a reality. Through various projects and collaborations, we strive to ensure that military veterans do benefit in our supply chain pipeline. The Defense Sector Code, as a guiding framework, has been instrumental in fostering partnerships between the defense industry and military veterans. It provides a foundation wherein the transformation and setting up clear targets and expectations, we can thus measure ourselves. Your presence here today signifies a shared commitment to advance the transformation, as I've indicated, and today's engagements are not just about talks. It is ensuring we unlock opportunities, forge partnerships, and collaborate in building inclusive economy that honors the service of our military veterans. So relax, take off your jackets and your hats, feel at home. This is your day. I wish you a fruitful and a productive day full of engagements full of setting a path for the future as we are striving to ensure that we deliver on the mandate set by our principals. On that note, Program Director, I thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Mbada, and I've taken a few notes which are important. The first one is that this is not the last time. In fact, it's the beginning of this interaction for the next coming years. And hopefully I'll also be sitting there next time. Because in 2 years, I've already told the members here that in 2 years, I'll be joining them. So I'll be joining them at the right time. People-centered, indeed. Without a people-centered approach, we cannot advance ourselves. Transformation, very important in the industry. We need to bring in our people to unlock the potential, because there's a lot of potential in this room, lots of it, but we need to tap it, and this is one way of doing it. And whilst we're tapping those skills, we will be able to collaborate, because we know what skills we have already. We know who has what, and that collaboration becomes possible. Chairperson, please come and address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Mr. Dlamini. And also let me acknowledge our Deputy Minister, who is always available when we deal with the military veterans issues. Also, we wanted to acknowledge the DG of DMV. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it, but she's got a person who's representing her from the DMV side. Acknowledging the board members from AMSCO, Dr. Mlokwani acknowledged, Ms. Boy and Mr. Klopas acknowledged. And also acknowledge military veterans community, that fortunately I was part of it in DMV. And it's not that I've hijacked the program, but I said also at AMSCO side, how can we assist the military veterans in case of the socio-economic support? So they are acknowledged. And also senior managers from AMSCO, I see Business Enablement, Evelyn, you are acknowledged. And other senior managers Mr. Tefu, who is an important part that the military veterans should always sit on his neck, is a GE of acquisition. Because what is important is for us to make sure that military veterans qualify to get business within AMSCO. There are certain issues in case of the compliance of which they don't qualify. So how do we make sure that they comply? So that is why we have organized this Suppliers Day, so that they can be able to give you an information, which will be an information session, to indicate that these are the issues that are required for the military veterans to be able to qualify for the business in what you call AMSCO. And also, in case of some of the preferential procurement system that we utilize, they need to be informed so that they deal with that. Knowing military veterans community, I think it will be better for them to learn and take this session serious. As the CEO indicated, it's not a talk show. It's a program that we have so that we don't have a problem in case of empowering them. As I said, I was in DMV. We try to empower them, but most of the people, some of the bigger industries, they just give them money and say, move out of this program, we are going to give you 400,000. And then you move out and then you don't get that skills. Tomorrow you come back again and say, hey, those guys, I'm taking them to court because they just gave me 400,000 out of 17 million. So today we have the sessions that we should be able to deal away with such things. The issue of the military veterans becoming consultant, we don't want consultant. We want military veterans to become business people so that they can be able to make their money and run their own businesses. So as I said, that it's a privilege today to open this Suppliers Day for 2025. And as we said, it's not only going to end today. And as we said, we will move around the provinces so that we empower all the military veterans with the knowledge that is needed so that they can be part of the market in case of service delivery within AMSCO. At AMSCO, we have a long recognized transformation. So that is why we've got a military veterans coordinator that is part of the coordinating the activities to make sure that military veterans are part of those activities so that they can be able to benefit from what AMSCO is giving to the military veterans. So now in AMSCO, we are not taking over from DMV. DMV is our sister department. We are going to work together. So in some of the issues that they need to be assisted, as AMSCO will be able to assist them so that we make sure that we deliver accordingly to the military veterans. So when we talk about economic social support, is that to make sure that military veterans and their beneficiaries are able to support their families, are able to put the bread on the table, are able to be part of the entrepreneurship within their country, and also in case of the contribution for being part of fighting for the liberation of this country, they should be able to benefit. We understand there are a lot of problems. We can't deal with them just 100% now. There will be a certain percentage that we'll give ourselves in case of yearly. We say at least this year we can deliver 25%, make sure that the military veterans benefit out of this project. The board of directors of AMSCO, under the leadership of the minister, which is a shareholder, indicated the commitment to say we should be able to take the military veterans committee very seriously. And as they've indicated that within such space of time, there will be an appointment of the DG within DMV so that the process can be able to go smoothly. And also filling some of the posts that can be able to be coordinated from ourselves and also what we call DMV so that we can be able to streamline our project together and make sure that military veterans committee are part of our strategy. So in this, what we have as AMSCO, we are having a two-way strategy, which has primary objectives in case of driving it for the military veterans to benefit. The first one is to optimize and accelerate the implementation of military veterans support program, ensuring that they deliver tangible and measurable impact. What we want to give the military veterans is that we want them to feel themselves as the business people and understanding what needs to be done and what is it that is needed out of them. As we said, we'll be having the presentation in case of the requirements for them to be able to tap into the market of AMSCO. Like when we talk about NACC, National Armed Convention Certificate, how to get it, how to be able to deal with the issues that need certificate. All those requirements should be able to be outlined so that the military veterans can be able to be part of it and be able to feel at home. Mine is not a long speech, it's just to open and indicate that military veterans, we are welcome. And fortunately, large number of faces that I've worked with the military veterans recognize Mahapa and also the contributions that we have made when we were in DMV. It will be very easy in us to contact us at AMSCO. A key success story that we can talk about is the story where we have got what we call artisan skills programs in Western Cape. And some of your dependents are part of that program where they are benefiting from AMSCO in case of that thing. We are doing it with the Department of Higher Education and also the relevant SETAs that are part of us in case of what you call veterans to be able to gain technical skills in training. Also, in case of some of the smaller budget that we have, maybe you heard it's about 2 months that we have empowered certain military veterans in Mamelodi by giving them, by opening a bakery for them so that they can be able to do bread and be able to supply Mamelodi people. So we have started at a small scale just to look at if they can be able to cope, if they are gaining skills, because we said when we open the businesses for the military veterans, it's not just to say I've got a business, it's to learn about the financial management, it's to learn about how to be part of the entrepreneurship in case of the area that you are playing. also in case of the social responsibility in the communities that you are in. So now, immediately if you are providing a bread at a cheaper rate, it means it's part of the, what you call community responsibility to make sure that military veterans, they are not sleeping under the bridge. They are making something to be able to provide to the community, to the family, and also to their dependents in case of dealing with that. So the bakery that we have opened, it was a sample. We'll go back and check as to whether is it working, and if it's working, I know the coordinator of military veterans, we said we will just look at Cullinan now. I don't know if I'm right on that, to look at if we can establish another bakery in Cullinan to make sure that we've got a success story in case of building military veterans companies. We've got some of the financial institutions that we have called to come and address us and be able to indicate to you what requirements are needed so that you can be able to tap finances in case of national funds, national skills funds. How will you be able to tap money? In case of CSIR, how you can be able to get money. And we know also sometimes in some of the issues, in case of the development of the business plan, we need to indicate to the military veterans how do you develop a business plan that will be able to give the projections in case of making sure that in the 5th year, we know that you are at a stage that you can be able to say the business is benefiting. So today's suppliers, it's a continuation of these strategic visions that you are talking about. It is designed to provide military veterans and their businesses with access to the procurement opportunities. We want to open the procurement opportunities for the military veterans. We want to make sure that also it's a preferential. And also we look at setting aside for the military veterans. How do we do that? We said in case of the bigger companies that are getting business in AMSCO, there's a certain percentage that should be given to the military veterans. And at that certain percentage should be able to give the military veterans skills, not money. Because the issues of the military veterans, we understand in case of how issues happen. Because if we give you a business opportunity, we know the business is still in the white hands. But the issues that if Mahapa give you a business, always we are there at the firm, Angna petrol, Angna this thing, I need 10,000. That is how the business is manipulated. To say, but we think let's give you 400,000 so that you don't continue, go and deal with your things, we can take over. And you find the business is at the value of 17 million. You have only benefited 400,000. It's nothing. And then after that, you come back and say, can we take this white guy to the court? I'm not saying it's white guys only. Other business professionals that are doing that. Most sometimes when you give them a business, you say, partner with the military veterans. They make sure that in case of the operational expenses are clapped in that business so that you don't benefit. And when they are declaring dividends, you only find a certain dividends. You find a manager, he is earning something like 200,000 to 300,000 a month, and then the military veterans, when they are declaring, they said, all the money has gone to the operation. You can only benefit this 5%, and you are only going to get 2.5 million. But because of hunger, military veterans will be happy and say, at least I've got 2.5 million. So now we encourage you to attend courses, to attend lessons, go through the financial management, be able to be part of the, what you call operation, understand what is happening. We don't give you a business to say people should be able to say, no, don't worry, I'll do it for you. And then you said, no, it's fine. Because if people say, I'll do it for you, you are not gaining the skills that you need to gain. I encourage all stakeholders present here to engage openly. Military veterans, about your frustration. Engage openly, engage us. If some of you have got knowledge, advise us how we can be able to do better things so that we can be able to collaborate with the military veterans and be able to offer them what is needed so that they can put something. Explore opportunities for collaboration. If you've got some of the business opportunities that you want to explore, come to us and engage us. And also collectively drive the transformation agenda. And also, we want to place the military veterans at the center of economic participation so that we can be able to give a proper economic support for the military veterans. With that, DM, thank you very much also for blessing this day, and our program director, Mr. Damen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson and Dr. Mahapa, for the elaborate presentation. And I think, colleagues, listening attentively, the Chairperson has thrown the ball back to your court by inviting you to engage the organization. I think the Chairperson has given us the architecture of AMSCO's relationship with military veterans and what their plans are. And of interest is that financial plans, business plans are very important in any business. And this is where we sometimes falter and ignore those. But I think the chair has painted that as quite clearly. And I like the fact that AMSCO is going to make you the center of economic participation. AMSCO is going to incubate your plans and yourselves. I think of important, Chair, is that one of the challenges that we've come across in the space is the legal aspects of the work we do. Defense industry is highly regulated, and there's a need for all of us to understand those regulations, the laws that govern the industry. The Chairperson talked about compliance, very important aspect of our business, preferential information, extremely important, and we need to know all the ins and outs of those issues. So as business people and potential business people, we need to familiarize ourselves with all those issues, both legally and otherwise. Chairperson, thank you very much for those kind words. May I request that we give the chair a round of applause, please? Anginzwanga kahle mara ngizonitshinda. The next presenter is Ms. Dlungwana from the Department of Military Veterans. Is she here? Oh, oh, Mr. Jesus Christ. I'm in trouble today, aren't I? Mr. Dlungwana, my apologies. Mr. Dlungwana is going to take us through the purpose and the context of this event from a military veteran's point of view. Please welcome Mr. Dlungwana with a round of applause. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I can assure indeed it's a sir, it's a mister, it's a male. Thank you very much, Program Director, for this really privilege given to me to outline why we are here today. But I think the chairperson of the board has already made my work very simple, because he has painted a very clear picture of really why we are here today. So, so it's made it easy for me. So mine is just really to fill in and augment here and there. Program Director, let me first extend my humble greetings to the Deputy Minister, Honorable Mkungo, and his officials, all the dignitaries here today, the chairperson of the board of AMSCO, the CEO of AMSCO, the executives and officials of AMSCO, including the organizing team that has made a very good work of organizing this venue today. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to greet my fellow colleagues from Department of Military Veterans who are here in numbers. I do reserve my last greeting to the military veterans in all their rank and files, this unique group of people who have sacrificed so much for the country. You deserved the most honor we can possibly give you. And this day is for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm representing the department. I'm representing the acting DG, Mrs. Nontobeko Mafu, who unfortunately could not be here. She is busy with other important business of military veterans. I know the chairperson of the board gave me a warm clap at the disappointment that she could not be here, but I understand. It's just a clash of diaries which could not be avoided, and I profusely apologize for that. Please accept her apologies. By the same breath, then maybe celebrate my short promotion to acting DG, even if it's temporary. The theme of this event today is unlocking opportunities through Supplier Day, advancing transformation and veterans empowerment. I think the theme really says it all, and it has been nicely unpacked by the speakers before me. I just want to give a small context to this event, ladies and gentlemen. The context is that really it's a strategic working relationship of collaboration between the Department of Military Veterans and AMSCO. We have signed an agreement. We have been engaging each other for a good 2 to 3 years up to now, with the intent of really collaborating and assisting in the work of military veterans. And we hope that with this, the launch of this program and this event today, we will then move from strength to strength. I also want to just highlight the fact that in the DMV, we do have a unit that looks after the empowerment of military veterans, the skilling of military veterans, as well as the education support. So all those activities, I think, are designed to support the military veterans. We may not have the funding really to give to military veterans, but we do support them in many other ways. As I said, we can skill them to get the proper capacity to run their businesses. We can, at least reference them by providing support letters where they are needed, so that they can take those words from DMV to their sponsors. We can also facilitate the funding from outside funders. So we do all those things. So we do keep a database of military veterans businesses, in addition to the usual database of veterans that you are aware of. So there is a specific database of businesses. Please do enroll in that database so that we know about you, we can support you. Today, indeed, is a very important day as we gather here. The military veterans have to seek opportunities, have to seek networks through which their businesses can be strengthened and grow. It is therefore an important opportunity for all of us to genuinely apply our minds, to extend ourselves to meet the military veterans and offer them opportunities that they are seeking within the various organizations, public sector organization, private sector organizations that are here today. So it is an important day for networking. I think I just want to mention the objectives in brief, so that at least we capture them. The idea is to strengthen supplier bases of the organizations that are here, so that they can invite military veterans into their supply chains. They can promote inclusion of military veterans' business within their procurement processes. I think, as very well said by the chairperson and the CEO, that is the objective. We want to open up those gates, remove the obstacles in the way. We want to enhance transparency and access to procurement opportunities, make it easy for businesses of military veterans to understand and engage within our organizations in terms of business transactions. So it should not be a mystery for a military veterans to understand the intricacies of how the supply chains work, how do they enter, who do they speak to, those kind of things. We have to remove all those things, the cloud around the procurement and supply chains. We're also here to build partnerships and innovation pipelines. Military veterans have just a slogan that says, nothing about us without us. And I think it is very proper today that indeed we recognize the importance of partnerships and engagements with them. The Supplier Day aims to benefit military veterans to be able then to have access to new suppliers, secure new clients, provide opportunities that will enable them to be mentored and supported and trained as they grow from emerging businesses to large sustainable businesses, to be self-sustainable and take full control of their lives in all respects. After all, we need to ensure that there is dignity in being a military veterans. And that is at least the least that we can do for military veterans who have sacrificed so much for our country. Program Director, then I want to then just summarize the above by just saying a few words. What we are saying in simplest form then, ladies and gentlemen, is that if you are an organization today exhibiting, if you start you have to start a business relationship with a couple of military veterans. You have to engage them and sustain that relationship beyond today so that in future they become one of your suppliers. That is a message to the organizations that are here, private, public, SOEs. If you are a military veterans, I think it's a similar advice. Strike a relationship, a business relationship with one of the organization one or more of the organizations that are here today, so that tomorrow you can actually become one of their key suppliers. And finally then, Program Director, the Department of Military Veterans wish to thank those who have conceptualized and organized this great day so that we can have an important meeting today. I extend well wishes on the success of the Military Veterans Supplier Day, and we therefore implore military veterans to take the most of the opportunity. And we are aware that this is only happening in Gauteng. I think the plans will be afoot to see how we actually extend this event to other provinces so that all military veterans across the country can be accessed. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lungwana. You've said it all, but what was out there for me was the registration of your businesses. So I'm also going to urge you that before you leave, make sure that you are in the database. But I think I saw a lot of us registering there. I hope you were registering into the database so that we are able to even find you ourselves should the need arise, because you are in the database. So colleagues, it's very important that before the end of the day, you have your details, business and any other information that might be needed by the organization here, so that you are able to get hold of you should the need arise. Thank you very much, Mr. Lungwana. We are now going to go into the meat of the session where we're going to discuss together with yourselves. And I like the slogan, Mr. Lungwana, nothing about us without us. Very important. But before we get into that discussion, panel discussion, I'm going to call upon Ms. Mohatsang, to come and talk to us about arms control and compliance awareness. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. All protocol observed. I will be this morning, I'll be taking you through arms control compliance processes, which is mostly referred to as the NCACC registration requirements. And I heard one of the speakers saying it's a highly regulated environment. Indeed, it is. So I'll be taking you through this highly regulated requirements in an effort to make it easy for you to participate and to outline key issues that as military veterans you need to address, you need to observe as much as you'll be participating. So, sorry, I can't move on this one, I don't know. Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you. The presentation layout, I'll just introduce what arms control is and then give you an overview of our South African National Arms Control System, the regulators, the offices that we need to consult with, as well as the registration process, how to go about. I'll be going through the form, highlighting key issues that you need to pay attention to when you apply for this NCACC registration, the non-proliferation registration process, as well as the compliance requirements for when you do the disposal, which is the area where I know most of the military veterans often participate, as well as the process now to apply for EUCs, because in most cases, as you are executing our orders, you will realize that the suppliers, especially foreign suppliers, they will come to you now to say, give us an end user certificate. And then I will be just highlighting this, as well as taking you through our AMSCO order conditions, because our orders, when we issue an order to you, there are conditions and there are specific arms control conditions. So I'll be discussing this as part of this presentation. So when we talk about arms control, we refer to control activities which are related to whether you are developing, you are manufacturing, you are importing, you are in possession. Even if you are in possession, you are just not doing anything, you are just displaying it. You are re-exporting, you are marketing, or you are entering into a contract or offering any kind of service, including training as well as brokering services. So there are control measures that have been put in place to control any of these activities. And this applies to military, to specially designed for military application items. So as to make a determination of whether you need to apply arms control compliance requirements, the first thing that you need to look at is the specification. Is it designed specially for military application? If the answer is yes, definitely you need to observe our National Conventional Arms Control Act requirements. You need to apply that as you are executing the project. So the rationale for South Africa to have taken this position is because there is an international as well as a national consensus that the sensitivity, these items are very sensitive, and therefore there is a need to control this, because we know where they get deployed, they will have catastrophic effects in terms of human life, as well as damage and any other thing that can happen. So what arms control seeks to achieve is to achieve the responsibility where arms are transferred, as well as accountability. The regulator, our NCACC, what they seek to achieve by putting all these red tapes is to make sure that they, at any given point, are able to account for the movement, for anything that has left South Africa or that have entered our South African territories, as well as promoting transparency. Because our South African government is a member of Wassenaar Arrangement, is also signatory to the Arms Trade Treaty, whereby transparency is one of the key elements. If you are a member state of these organizations or you are signatory, you need to be transparent. Hence, annually, South Africa will publish and submit those reports to the UN to be presented at the Wassenaar Arrangement, as well as to the Arms Trade Treaty committees. We have three main regulators in this environment. We call them collectively, when we say arms control, we are referring to the National Conventional Arms Control Act, whereby they controlling any items that have been designed for military applications and dual-use technology and any other items. And this is one of the main regulators in this place, in this environment. It's a cabinet committee which consists of ministers and deputy ministers. Total is about 11, 7 ministers. Our ministers is there as well, and others, the state minister of police. We have Minister of Trade and Industry. They participate in that committee. So they are supported by a committee which is called the Scrutiny Committee, which normally serves to look at all the submissions, review them from a technical point of view, and then they will make recommendations to the Cabinet Committee, which is the NCACC, for them to either approve or to reject the applications. So they operate, or the nodal point for our point of contact with the industry is the Secretariat, the Directorate Conventional Arms Control Committee, committee. So they are based at Department of Defense. They're at the same premises where we sit as AMSCO. When you go to them, you must ask for the entrance to the DOD and tell them that you are going to DCAC. They report straight to the minister. They are within DOD, but reporting directly to the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. So we have another regulator, which is the non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. They are responsible for control of any other items that can contribute towards the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. And here we are looking at any item that can, and their delivery systems. So they are looking at any items in terms of whether it's a nuclear, it's a biological, or it's a chemical, which can contribute or which can be used on a delivery system as a to procure weapons of mass destruction. So it's one of the regulators. So it's mainly meant by the council, and then the current chairperson is the CEO of the National Nuclear Regulator, and then they are supported by the control committee, who does the same thing as our scrutiny committee. They go through these applications, and then they make recommendations to the council. And then the nodal point for contact is the non-proliferation secretariat. They are based at Department of Trade and Industry. They also too have got a direct reporting line to the Minister of Trade and Industry. The third one is the Firearms Control Act, which is the South African Police Services, and they are situated there. They are responsible to regulate all firearms up to a caliber of 12.7 millimeters. Anything above that, then it's NCACC process. They also have got another act which they are implementing, which is the Explosive Act for control of ammunition and any other explosive elements. So the three of them collectively, when I talk about National Arms Control System, I refer, it could be either one of them or a combination of these regulators. It means you will have to, at one point, contact one of them and execute your order through them. So in order to register with the NCACC, when you look at the NCACC Act, in terms of Section 13 of the NCACC Act, it says no person may trade in conventional arms unless the person is registered with the NCACC and in possession of a permit issued by the Secretariat. What it basically means here, before you come to us at AMSCO, before you submit the bid, if it's military spec items, the first thing before we can talk to you, or what will make you qualify, is to be registered with the National Conventional Arms Control Committee. And I want to explain to you the word trade. If you go to the NCACC Act and you look under the definitions, this trade is a very broad term, because when you look at the definition, it relates to the development, to manufacturing, to the contracting, marketing, import, export, re-export, re-import, conveyancing, and service offering. So it's a very broad term. So mostly I often find that people, when they are executing their orders, they look at this term trade and they think that it means importing and exporting. It's not limited to that. When you want to define it, look at the definition given on the NCACC Act. And the services that we are talking about, it could be offering an aid, could be a training, it could be brokering services. These are the services that we are talking about. You still need to be registered. And this includes even transportation. In order to transport air control items, you still need to be registered. So the process of that deals with control items, everyone must be registered, whoever participates in the value chain. So when you do this registration, you must complete complete an application form. I understand on AMSCO's external website, we used to give you a link which will direct you to the DOD site where you can access the forms. But unfortunately, their website is under construction, so it no longer redirects. But you are more than welcome to write to AMSCO in order, if you need that form, either via communication department through AMSCO info, or you can also contact amscontrol@amsco.co.za in order for us to just send you the form. We have them electronically. Even today, I have them. Those who wish to have them, they can come to me after or during the day, and then we can give you all these application forms that have been mentioned under the NCACC Act. So your company also needs to be registered. So the CIPC registration forms are also supporting documents that are required. So when you register with NCACC, it's the application form. Your company must also be registered in terms of the Companies Act, as well as with the board of directors, where if it's one member or many, those who are listed on your CIPC documents, you need to provide their identity document, certified copies of their IDs, as well as they need to apply for police clearance certificates. The reason for this requirement is because the NCACC Act under Section 14, paragraph 8, it says the NCACC must refuse to grant the registration if any member of the executive or board member, after the Constitution has taken effect, was sentenced or fined to an imprisonment or a fine of more than 12 months without an option for fine. So it's very, very important. So this is how you need to demonstrate compliance with that section, by providing your police clearance so that the committee can make a decision to say, okay, everyone is clear, they are good to go. Because in the absence of this document, the application will never be approved. Or if any of the unfortunate situation whereby there is something against you, and you are a member of the executive or the board, it will have a bearing on the operation of the respective company, because the act is very clear. It says the committee must refuse. There is no option. It just says they must refuse. So also your tax affairs needs to be in order, because for the NCACC to give you this registration, they also look at your tax affairs. Hence, you have to provide your tax PIN code or something to prove that your affairs are in good order, as well as the company profile. Because they don't know you, you need to provide your company profile, tell them who you are, the areas in which you will be participating, so that as they assess the application, they are able to make a sound decisions regarding what you are requesting for, or they can even advise you further on how to go about to structure your application. Then also in the event where any of there are things that you need to bring to the attention of the committee, it is always advisable to write a motivation letter and mention those things so that the committee can be aware of your situation. So when you look at this application form, I have sample printed versions as well as the electronic versions for those who will be interested in getting them. You may contact me and my colleague there. We will be having them for you. The first part, it wants the details of the applicant, which is whoever will be submitting the application, and then your declaration in terms of getting to making that declaration. You have to sign that part. And then also there is this part, the nature and purpose of application. There are instances whereby when you look at the form, there is nothing mentioned about disposal. So if you are into the business or you will be mainly participating in the disposal process, please, at that section, nature and purpose, just mention that you want to execute disposal of control items. If you are only interested in transport, this is the area where you need to write freight forwarding of control items or offering services, and then in brackets you describe those services. Whether it will be training, it will be a broker, you'll be an agent, you have to mention at the section of the application form. So also you still need, on the section 4, is the company information, where you have to list all your executives, their details and their ID numbers, and attach their respective police clearance certificates. And there's a long turnaround time around these documents that are required. So I will always advise that you apply for a police clearance certificate and then submit evidence as that you have applied and plead with the regulator, negotiate for your application, get in touch with them, talk to them, follow up on your applications, because I know most of the time people will complain that it takes long. Yes, it takes long, but please contact the regulator, speak to them, get in touch with them, know who is handling your application, and be in touch with the person so that you are able to resolve any other issues that might be there with regard to your application. So the company, as a company, you need to appoint a compliance officer. So you need to specify the details of the person who will be responsible for arms control within the organization. It's very, very important. And that person must make sure that they fully understand the requirements pertaining to the NCACC Act and any other requirements applicable to the operations of their business relating to arms control process and implement them. Because whenever there are inspections, whenever there are investigation, this person will be speaking, will be representing the company in terms of giving answers and providing information and accounting for whatever has taken place in the business. So Section 6 is very, okay, Section 5 is just a business references. It's not a big deal. If you know another company, you can just give, you have interacted with them, you just provide their details as your references. That one is easy, but the main one, Section 6, where we often pick up challenges is an NCACC registration. It's just not a mere registration. We look at the scope of authorization, because you cannot say you are only participating as a maybe offering services, brokering services, and then you submit a bid for AMSCO. However, the bid requires somebody who will be procuring missiles. It has to relate to your authorized scope. Whatever the bids that you are submitting, we look at your scope of authorization. Is this inconsistent with the scope of authorization? So when you complete Section 6, you must think through your company vision, maybe over a 3-year term. Decide where do you want to get to, maybe in 3 years time. Be as comprehensive as possible, because I think for me it's always best to pick up as more activities as you can and end up not executing, or only executing few, than to just select one and you want to do other two. And at that time it's late, the bid is closing, we cannot wait for you. We have to deliver. As AMSCO, we have to deliver on time. So then it becomes a problem. So always register, be comprehensive as enough. Project over 3 years, where you want to be. Put everything, the dream as much as you want to be, and be successful in the future. So here at the Section 6, you will see, I just gave you an example of how the format looks like. It's a main category. For example, I just picked up is line number 2 on the application form. It will talk about ammunition. In brackets, it will say bomb shells, cartridges, rounds, grenades, bullets, and projectiles. Then here you have to tick whether you'll be participating at the spare part level, or weather component level. So you just put crosses next to, you read it and then you put crosses. If you say, I will only be dealing with a complete system, you take the complete system, but you are bidding for spare parts at AMSCO, then it's a problem. You are not authorized for spare parts. You indicated complete system. So when you complete this form, please take your time. Make sure and think through all the processes, all the things that you endeavor to achieve in the future for your business, because it's easier to do it well in advance, to be as comprehensive as enough in terms of your registration. Then Section 7 of the form, it will talk about other licensing requirements. There are instances whereby, other than our NCACC, you still need to observe the non-proliferation. You still need to do regulations now from another authority that I have mentioned. So it will ask you, then you have to indicate if some of the items there are subject to non-proliferation, then you have to indicate, if you've indicated yes, you specify the other regulators. Then you will write non-proliferation, and then they will ask you for your registration, because you still need to register with them. And then also Section 8 is refurbishment and second-hand military equipment. If ever you'll be mainly conducting business, buying them, or working only with those, then you'll complete that section. And you also have to provide on Section 9 the declaration of other legislation. So make sure that you are familiar with other related legislation, your NCACC Act, the Importation of Tear Gas Act, your Firearms Control Act, they have listed, I think it's about 6 regulations. So after when you are doing this registration, just make sure you read this, you understand other related requirements. And then also the last part is just the particulars of the applicant. So this was about the NCACC registration. However, under NCACC, there are so many permits that you can apply for. This is just a list of any other permits that you can apply for. The first one, which I just described, is the ADMS permit, which the industry, they call it NCACC registration. But on the Act is ADMS permit, is a registration which is very key to participating in AMSCO tender process. And then the second one, when you want to now go out of the territories of South Africa to market your products, if you are in manufacturing or development, you will then have to apply for the marketing permit. You cannot do that without that authorization. These are some of the red tapes that were spoken about. And then if you are successful from marketing and it ends up in a contract, before you can sign the deal, we still need to go to the committee, apply for a contracting permit. And then once it's authorized, it's then that we can talk about when can I deliver. Because if the committee has not said yes, they have not said okay, you cannot execute anything. So tier of this is the assurance end user or and I think some of you know her because she's the champion of end user certificates and she's a certificate. It's an international serious, this environment is. So then comes our export or our export for business export and import them back to the country or vice versa. So the metal scrap dealers who are buying during the domestic transfer to say, we have these prospective items because we need to observe the conditions that were prescribed. Inform the contractor that the process is successful. You must now apply for a destruction certificate, you yourself now. We will give you our AMSCO registration because AMSCO is also registered. We are subjected to all these red tapes. Then you apply. It is only after these documents, the domestic transfer and destruction have been approved, that we can commit to say, you may collect the items. Before that, we cannot move. There are red tapes. There is nothing that we can do to deliver to you. And also the delivery verification certificates. There are instances whereby there will be a condition from your supplier or from our own government on a remark on the permit to say, within 90 days after this export, we need a delivery verification certificate, which is basically to confirm that these items for the issued permit were delivered and received by the stated person on the permit. So you need to go back to them and say, please give me the delivery verification certificate. Or if it's required from us, then we will go to our authority with all our custom documents and everything, and then the government, the DCAC, will give us the delivery verification certificate. What is very important also here is that each permit has got conditions. You need to familiarize yourself with the conditions of each permit in terms of amendments, in terms of cancellations, because one of the conditions, it says, the committee reserves the right to cancel the permit at any time. And there's another condition which says, any changes to the particulars of the permit invalidates the permit. Issues such as liquidation, insolvency, or the death of a person registered or reflected on the permit invalidates your NCACC registration. But these conditions, they differ from permit to permit. If you are having your NCACC registration, please at the reverse of the authorization, read through the conditions. When you get issued an import permit, also read those conditions because they are very, very important for implementation. One of the conditions for import, within 30 days following shipment, you must submit your custom documents to the regulator, thus confirming that on this issued permit, the transaction has taken place. So that is very important. And it's a transgression not to submit those pink copies. The inspectorate will be coming after us if we are not doing that. And what I fear the most, and what I always emphasize, we as arms control, we offer support to our contractors. When you have our orders and there's an area where you are not certain what to do, please contact the office. The reason being, if ever you are found to be non-compliant, it gets traced back to AMSCO. We also will suffer the same punishment as you are, you will be subjected to. Feel free, we will be there for you as much as you are executing the order. And the non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction registration is quite easy. It's an online. One thing I forgot to mention with the previous NCACC registration, everything is done manually, meaning you have to either physically come and deliver the applications because they work on original signed applications, or you will have to courier them via a registered mail. However, with the NPC, anywhere in South Africa, whether in or out of South Africa, you just log online and you can submit your application, and they will communicate with you via the system until the permit is issued. So this is the situation with the Non-Proliferation Council. But I know most of the time, I would say 95% of time, most of our orders are linked to the NCACC requirements. Hence, I will just be passing through this slide. And then you just go to their website and then you complete the application form. These are the sections of the application form, and I believe they are going to share this presentation with all of you, so you'll read this on your own. So let us look at the disposal methods. One amongst the other, our mandate of AMSCO is to also execute disposal of control items. So it is done either through an auction, whereby if it's an auction and the successful bidder is a local contractor, we have to get apply for what we call domestic transfer. However, if it's a foreign, say a contractor who has won the bid, the items have to leave the country. Or, for example, it is you, a local contractor, you were successful in getting the auction, in getting those items, but you are going to rework them or refurbish them with a view of selling them to a foreign-based client. Then you must know there will be conditions when we transfer this to you, to say whatever happens following from this transfer, you must get authorization through NCACC. Then it means on your own, without us now being part of the process, however, still paying attention to what you are doing, you will have to apply for a contracting permit. You must also get that end user certificate from the new third party who will be buying from you now. So that is very, very important before you can export the items, after you have refurbished or upgraded or whatever reasons that you'll be buying them for. So the transportation, because after you've won the tender, now comes the issue, you can come and collect. How do you collect? You cannot just go and get any other person to carry this thing to your premises. We need an NCACC registered freight forwarder or whoever carrier will be carrying this from our premises to your premises. So we are not trying to control the process. This is how it is. This is what is required from arms control compliance perspective. So if you are buying them, and then the reason for buying this scrap metal is to destroy them, maybe to recover something from them of value, or to recycle bronze or copper from these items. When you do the destruction, because the destruction certificate itself, it has conditions. The committee will set out the conditions for destruction. So you have to observe the conditions. And in most of the time, what I see, they will say the process must take place in the presence of the inspectors. So you will have to then engage the inspectorate and agree on a date when the destruction is going to take place. The law says the items must be destroyed to a fit, form, and function such that they cannot be reconstructed again. And on that day, after the destruction certificate needs to be signed. There must be paperwork signed in the form of a destruction certificate, signed by you. AMSCO will be there to observe the process, because you got this from us. They will sign, you will sign, the inspectorate will sign that there was a destruction. And then we will request that after the destruction is completed, please give us the destruction certificates. Then we get the documents, and then we reconcile our records and inform the relevant authorities. Because sometimes we even have to engage our supplier country authorities where we bought these items from. If, for example, the US says, in the event of destruction, please provide us with destruction certificates. After we receive the destruction certificates, I still need to write back to them to say, on this particular EUC, under this import license, the items were destroyed. Here are the destruction certificates. And I'll also be attaching our own regulator authorization so that they can see that our government was part of the process. They have observed it and ensure that it goes in accordance with the national or international arms control compliance requirements. So the EUC, if you are executing our order, and then they say, please provide us with an EUC. This normally happens at the beginning. Just the moment you try to place an order, then they write back to you, say, please provide us with an end user certificate. So our contractors, please liaise with the relevant project manager, tell them what is required of you, and then the project manager will come to our offices and we will tell them what the other documents that we will require, and then we will liaise with you and until you get the EUC that is required. Once you've got the EUC, then you are responsible now for the importation. So the mistake that often happens here is that after the end user certificate is supplied, the contractors go on now to import without having applied for the import permit. That is very, very risky. It is not allowed. I'm cautioning you, if you are not sure, please contact the office. You still need to go to NCACC, DCAC, apply for the relevant import permit or export permit, whatever the situation is, before the items can enter the country. And when you do this application, you must code and attach a copy of the issued end user certificate, because these things will get linked together on the government's database. So yes, and then we will ask these questions at that time, whether it's country specific or whether they want us as South Africa, the pro forma one. So we will ask those questions from the project manager and give him all the information and guidance so that they can talk to you about what you need to do in the event the EUC is required. So on our orders, they come with conditions. There's I think 1.5 page arms control compliance condition. And when you go to documentation or conditions for payment, you will also see something about arms control compliance. What we are saying on the conditions is, when you close the order, when you now have to be paid, please supply to us all copies. Remember I said, the EUC, we will walk with you the process and give you the EUC. And that I already have copies of the issued EUC. But as you go to apply for the import permit, and we are not there as AMSCO, we don't know, give us copies of the import permits that are linked to this EUC. Because we need to reconcile the EUC to say, under this EUC, there were 5 items, all of them were imported. Or under this EUC, there were 5 items, however 2 could only be imported. I need to reconcile and to liaise with the foreign authorities with regard to the other compliance aspects that needs to be fulfilled in terms of the EUC that was issued. So you liaise and you supply all this information to the program manager, and they will come to our office, and then we will do our work there. And another thing, physical protection of items is very key. Under arms control compliance condition, when you read, you'll see there is also a clause which says you must ensure the physical protection of these items. Hence, we have our sister department, security, who goes out and do what we call facility security clearance. Mr. Kevin Simango is here for more information on that, because that is also a prerequisite. For you to execute the order, you must have your FSC clearance, you must have your NCACC registration. So we are here to engage with you further after this presentation, and I thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know if there are questions.
No,
okay.
We'll take the question. Malibongwe. Malibongwe, another round of applause. I think before I make my comments, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Snooki Zikalala, who's just joined us. And I would like to acknowledge Admiral, the Chief of Logistics of the South African National Defence Force, who's just joined us. And I am informed that there's a former Deputy Minister who's joined us, but I can't see him. I would like to acknowledge those 3 members of this environment of ours, defense portfolio. Colleagues, I know you had a mouthful And I let it run because I wanted the information to be shared with you as much as possible. We took almost approximately 25 minutes to 30 minutes for one simple reason. This is very important, to such that it can make or break your business if you don't follow this process. It's tedious, we acknowledge that. But it's tedious for a simple reason. We're dealing with very sensitive equipment here, that you can't just walk with it in your pocket. Kanjalo nje. It doesn't work that way. So we have to follow this to the latter and make sure that everything is in place. I can confirm that the presentation will be shared. Will the presentation be shared, CEO? Yeah. The presentation will be shared because I saw a lot of colleagues using their phones, poor veterans. Clickety click, clickety click. No, we will definitely share the presentation. Without much waste of time, can I check with our host, CEO, do we think we need a 10 minutes break, a body break? 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes, and then I will announce the panel and the facilitator of the panel. May I invite you for a 10-minute let's stretch, and then please, 10 minutes. And I know veterans are very time conscious. Ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down? Ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down now? Yes, Ireland. Our 10 minutes is up. Can we settle down? Ladies and gentlemen, may we settle down, please? It's low. You see how short I am. But no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I started nitulo zethu. Ladies and gentlemen, may we settle down, please? Okay, let's settle down and start the second session. May I have your attention, please? At the back there on my left, may we settle down? Thank you very much. May I have your attention, please? Thank you. At the back there, may we settle down? Thank you very much. The second session is going to be in a panel discussion format. I will invite the panelists to the podium, and I will also introduce the facilitator. And I would also like to remind all of us that the previous presentation may have triggered a lot of questions. So do not be shy to raise issues around the previous presentation. Ms. Makachang Ukona, she has not left. So if there are questions that are related to the NCACC, the panelists might not be in a position to deal with them, but Ume Makachang is here. We might want to have her back onto the podium if we have enough space. Ladies and gentlemen, may I call upon Mr. Butelezi from the Department of Higher Education and Training to come to the podium to take his seat. Mr. Kwedi, DMV, come up, take your seat. Miss Namdoda. Mandoda. Miss Mandoda. Ageko. Oh, okay. And you are? Thank you, Mr. Makubo. Welcome, sir. Mr. Matlati, is he here? From DTIC, Mr. Matlati. Ms. Rafut? Mr. Molefe from Small Enterprise Development. Ngicela usandile Ndlovu, the CEO of AMD, to come up to the stage too. Are the roving mics for the? Are the roving mics for the yeah? Okay. Memo Khatang, I suspect you might need to come up to the stage too. If there are enough seats, I'm sure you can join the. Last but not least, the facilitator of our panel discussion, Dr. Admiral Retired Kubu. I'm not going to say anything for him, he's already threatened me. So I'll hand over to him and stand down for the next session. Thank you, Admiral.
Thank you. I'm safe today because I own the hawk. The hawk is a very interesting person. I told him if you say anything nasty in my introduction, he's finished. And that's why he behaved. And thanks for behaving. It's the first time that I saw you behaving. Thank you very much to the organizers of this program. And before we even start, let's just give them a round of applause. I haven't expected something like this. CEO, chairperson, military veterans, you have outdone yourselves. Honestly speaking, you have. Deputy Minister, you really sent a good team to do all the difficult work for you. Well done to you too. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to facilitate this program on behalf of yourselves. On behalf of yourselves. I've got an expert team here in front of me that will be taking us through the program. This morning, from the CEO to the chairperson of AMSCO to the acting DG of military veterans, they set a strategic intent of this particular program that we're sitting in today. I could recall the CEO said, it's not just the talks. We mean business. That's what the CEO said of AMSCO. And because he's also in charge of the procurement process, it looks like there's a light at the end of the tunnel. We don't want to hear you coming with excuses when these veterans want to partake in your procurement processes. The chair of AMSCO said we're going to make money available. We're going to go all out there and make sure that there is money. I had to talk about the budget. That's what you said. You even spoken about having bakeries in Mamelodi, etc. There's already something happening. No matter how small we see it, but there's something happening. The acting DG also reaffirmed that we're going to work with yourself, we're going to make sure there's money, etc., etc. And he highlighted the benefits that are there. I just want to remind you that the Military Veterans Act of 2011 has got, I think it's almost 11 benefits, if I'm correct, close to 11. But today's interaction with yourselves emphasize only the three. That was D, E, and F. If you go and check them, that talks on education, that talks on facilities, and that talks on business. Those are the D, E, and F. Those are the ones that this conference today is emphasizing on. And we're going to stick to those because it's actually as per the theme of this conference. So if you allow me, the panel that is here today will touch on those issues. We also accept that we cannot do all these things in terms of procurement, in terms of having business, if you are not empowered. We need to be trained as the veterans. Yes, we were trained to shoot. We're trained to drive ships. We're trained to fly. We're trained as foot soldiers. Yes, we have been trained. But that was our specialty. Now we're venturing into a new career. We need to be trained. We need to be empowered as part of the new career. You cannot just move being a full soldier and become a businessman or businesswoman without being empowered. Am I not correct? That's the reason we want this team of experts to tell us how do we do it. The strategic intent was set by the three key speakers that I've spoken about. I'm not going to talk about compliance. Bureaucratic, scary. And if you listen to her, how passionate she was actually saying, if you don't do it correctly, you're not going to get it. But we need her and her team to help us to be able to understand that bureaucratic process and to master it. And once you master it, you'll see how easy it is. It's not as complicated as what she presented to us today. But yes, you have to follow that. Because if you don't follow it, you are in trouble. And you're not going to get any business. So I talk to this team as being at a very operational and at a very tactical level. After we listen to the strategic intent of this conference, we're going to the nuts and bolts of how we're going to do it. And this team today will do that on my behalf. We set some questions yesterday that we're going to take you through as the panel members to respond to yourselves. And this question were drafted based on what we think you want to know. and I'll be questioning them through those things. And once we have done that, I'll give you an opportunity as the audience to ask questions. Because it will be unfair for us to come and give information to you, tell you what we believe you need to do, but we don't also allow you an opportunity to ask us questions. That's interactive. We want to hear what you're saying or what you want to know from us. And I think if we do that, we'd have achieved the objective of this conference. I'll allow the team now to introduce themselves, just less than a minute, so that this audience knows who you are, from my left until the last.
Thank you, facilitator. I'm Sabelo Buthelezi, coming from Department of Higher Education and Training as a Chief Director of Special Projects. Thank you.
Is it on? Thank you, facilitator. My name is Matumi. My surname is Hwedi. I am from the Department of Military Veterans, located within Skills Development and Empowerment Services.
Thank you very much. My name is Ntato Makubo. I'm from the National Empowerment Fund, and yeah, I think I can wrap it up there. We'll just get into detail later.
Good morning. My name is Lebora Faut. I'm with the AMSCO SCM.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sinati Mulife from SIDFA. I just need to define the new name. It's Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. I'm here with my team. Thanks.
Good morning, and thank you very much, facilitator. My name is Sandy Lendlovu. I am the CEO of the South African Aerospace and Defense Industry Association.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joyce Mokhansang. I work for AMSCO as a Senior Manager, Arms Control Compliance from the Department Corporate Compliance.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maatlaza Mutapo from Department of Trade, Industry and Competition under the Incentive Branch. I'm a manager responsible to promote all the DTIC incentive schemes. Thank you.
Mr. Mutlatse, you heard us talking about the business. Business, business. That's what we want to do once we retire. By the way, I'm also a veteran. Maybe people don't know I am a veteran. I retired last year. So I'm indeed a new veteran. I don't know if there's a new or old, but I'm a veteran. Can you tell us how can we explore these opportunities in a business world? What advices do you tell an ordinary soldier after spending over 30 years of service to be able to do his or her business and to make sure that the business is successful and is sustainable? What advice do you give to us? And where do we start as soldiers and sailors and airmen? How do we start?
Okay. Thank you, the panel discussion facilitator. The advice that I will give them is that they need to have a product. All right. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. The advice that I will give the military veterans or the entrepreneurs is that you need to have the product.
Maybe it's the mic. Maybe help. It looks like it's the mic. See if we can change the mic. Please.
Is it my voice or is the mic?
I think it's the mic.
But try for now.
I think it's the mic.
It might be the mic.
Voice.
All right. Is this one better?
I think that one is better.
All right, thank you very much. The advice that I will give to the military veterans or the entrepreneurs is that firstly, you need to have the product or the service that you can trade with. So as the DTIC, the role that we play is to assist you in terms of the development of those products or the process or the technology that you want to bring into the market. We got what we call the innovation cluster, which is focusing on those who want to bring the innovative products or the technologies, the platform that are currently not in the market, or if they exist in the market, there must be an element of the enhancement or the improvements in terms of what you want to bring. That will be on the functionality, the uniqueness of what you want to bring versus what is currently in the market. So we have 3 components under the innovation cluster that support that. We got what we call those who want to engage in applied research and development. Then we encourage that you should partner with the institutions of higher learning or the research institutions like your CSIR, because these are the ones that will have the technical know-how of how to conduct those R&D. But the applicant will be the industry itself or the business, because those are the ones that can be able to commercialize whatever innovations that they are coming up with. So the funding that we have, it will assist in terms of conducting that R&D, where you will be assisted by either the institutions of higher learning or the research institutions. Then the fund is more on a cost sharing of up to 90%, the 90% being the contribution that the DTIC can bring, which means that if you qualify for that 90, then you will have to raise the balance of the 10%. Then that money will go towards the payment of the team that is going to be involved in that R&D. Then you can perform that up until you have what you call the proof of concept, or up until you have the prototype product that is ready for the market. Then there is a third element that was introduced around last year, April, that deals with those who have these early stages of the innovation or the products that they need to take into the market and eventually commercialize them. So the products, it help with the marketing and the commercialization, because at times, if the innovation is new, you will need to produce a few samples that you can be able to showcase to the market, then which is what the program will take care of that. So that in a nutshell is what the innovation cluster is all about. Other than that, we also have the manufacturing cluster, which focus on those who are involved in the manufacturing activities, either the new establishment, the expansion, the refurbishment of the existing businesses. Then we support all those activities across all the sectors. As long as there is an element of the production or the manufacturing or the processing that is taking place, then we got the program for that, ranging from the agro-processing, then going into the general manufacturing. Then we also have the programs that are focused on those that are in the automotive space, those who manufacture the components or the automotive products. Then we also have those that are involved in fresh waters and marine activities. That will be your farming, your fish farming, the hatcheries, your crocodiles, all those things that live in water. So this is the only cluster or the program that support also the primary activities, all the way up until the tertiary, which will be those that are doing those feeds that this fish will eat. That including the pack houses and all that. So basically these are the manufacturing cluster, but we also have the assistant for those who want to expose their products or services to the international market. So we provide funding for them to go and attend the exhibitions or the trade shows in those international markets, or the ones that the DTIC will be hosting here in the country. So the funding, it will cover the person that will be going to do the exhibition, including the transportation of the products that you want to showcase in that export market, the exhibition stand that you need to pay for, then the fund will cover for that, the flight, the accommodation, the vehicle rental, and in other costs that you may need to incur in order to be able to showcase your products. Then we can be able to assist with that. So basically this is just the overview of the type of support that we have as the DTIC. So I will pause here for now. Thank you.
Thank you from the Department of Trade and Industry. Thank you very much for, am I fine? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. We want to come back to that issue of the funding. You recall, from the speeches in the morning, from the CEO, with the chairperson of AMSCO board, and acting DG, issues of funding keeps on coming. I want you to come back, not now, later on, and say, this audience that are sitting here today, how can we prioritize them to access this funding? Remember, these are men and women that served the organization for so many years. These are the men and women that put their lives for this country. They cannot be treated like any other person. They cannot. They are lucky that they are not dead. Now they have retired. Now they want to do something different, but they also want to sustain their lives with their families. We need to have a way of saying we are going to be prioritizing them. When we allocate the funding, I want you to come back later on before we finish to say, how will your department be able to do that on their behalf? Mr. Sandile, can you add from your side in terms of the defense industry, in terms of work opportunities?
Am I audible? Before Ninglafune now. Thank you very much, Admiral Kubwe, retired. I too am a military veteran, so I'm a panelist and a beneficiary at the same time. It's a very good position to be in. But Admiral, if you would allow me, sir, I know the theme covers financial and non-financial support. I think amongst the panelists here, there is enough people that would address the monetary aspect of the support that could be given to the veterans. If you'd allow me, then let me just address in a not so long-winded way the non-financial support, especially from the association that I'm in and the industry that I serve. But just off the bat, one thing that one has to mention is the fact that the military veterans are already a designated group. By designated group, it means it's a group that is already earmarked for special support. So the statements that you've just made, Admiral, are correct, and they are already catered for. I will not speak to the Military Veterans Act. I'm not an expert on it. But what I will say is that from a defense industry perspective, when we sit and we speak with our companies, they are all well aware that there is a designated group called military veterans that must always be accommodated in opportunities that are available within the defense industry. Not so long ago, there was a defense charter that was promulgated and it came into effect. That charter called for an establishment of a defense sector charter council with a defense sector charter fund. And in that fund, it's just that for now, the fund and the council is going through a transition. But in that fund, military veterans are a designated group from receiving loans, but also to receiving grants. But the reason I said I wanted to address the non-financial support aspect of the work that needs to be done is primarily because, if I were to address the elephant in the room, not because I'm Ndlovu, my surname, but because there is a very pertinent issue that one has to address, especially when one speaks to this designated group. I've been in this industry actively for the past 10 years. I can tell you the number of attempts that I've made to reach out to military veterans so that they could be supported. One, and our companies will echo this sentiment, the biggest challenge that we as organized business always encounter is the fragmentation of military veterans. The fragmentation to a point where it becomes impossible, not difficult, where it becomes impossible to support military veterans in a designated way. I do not know how many groups or groupings of military veterans exist. When you speak to this one and you are thinking you are making progress, you then get a call from another group that says, no, those ones were removed last week, we don't recognize them anymore. Speak to this one. And you then speak to this one and they tell you, no, those are non-statutory forces, we don't belong there. Us from the TBVC states have got our own grouping, you must now speak to this one. By the time we are done, there are 6 different groupings, all claiming to be representing military veterans, wanting support from you. How do you do it? Companies that have walked this path in the past, they've actually suffered so much brand reputational damage that they would say to us, we do not want to deal with military veterans as a grouping anymore, because the amount of headache that we went through is not worth. Rather, we pay our penalties. There is this money designated for that grouping. Then the issues that Dr. Mahapa mentioned right at the beginning, then start coming into effect, where industry will say, you know what, Admiral Kubu, we can deal with you. You are very sensible. We've got a allocation for a military veteran here. Just take the money so that we can tick the box that we've actually benefited military veterans. So until and unless we address the issue, the problem will persist. And unfortunately, it can't be addressed by us who are supposed to be assisting you. It needs to be addressed by you yourselves. So I know it's a very controversial, and this is not what this conference is all about. But I'm just trying to highlight, Admiral, that we can have all these financial mechanisms in place unless we address the organizational aspect of the designated group. It's going to become very difficult to have a meaningful impact. Yes, we can address and support you as individual companies, but what then becomes a challenge, as my colleague has indicated, there are very high barriers of entry into the defense industry, not only from a compliance perspective. Our friend from the DTIC talks about innovation. As good as Admiral Kubu was, he's not going to start innovating at 60 years old. He's not going to start innovating at 60 years old. He needs someone young. He's got the expertise, he understands the environment, but he doesn't understand technology. So he needs someone young that he can work with. How do we do it when there are these glaring shortcomings that are very available there? We want to move beyond supporting military veterans to supply and deliver toilet paper, to do catering, we want to move beyond that. We want military veterans to be meaningful participants in the economic landscape. And there is quite a large repository of skills that is sitting on this side. I've said, I saw Major General Mkwena here, retired. I once had a conversation with him. I'm going to conclude, Chair. I once had a very long conversation with him about 6 years ago, when I was just coming in 6, 7 years ago. Our industry, for those that do not know, our industry exports about 90% of what we produce. 90% of what we produce, we get to export. We were at that time when we did a survey, we discovered that in Africa, as a South African defense industry, we are the 7th largest exporter into the African continent. Now, it doesn't make sense when we are based in Africa that we should fall at that time behind China, behind Russia, behind Ukraine, behind Italy, and I forget what other country was. So we said, surely it can be. Maybe Russia, you can explain and say there's a lot of legacy equipment that may have been donated during the days of the struggle. That is explainable. That's why Russia would be there. Maybe China has been very active in penetrating the African market through the barter system. So China, understandably. But it didn't make sense to us why we should be behind Ukraine and Italy in importing and in fact in exporting into Africa. So we said we need to have a strategy. So what becomes the problem that we were facing at the time, and it's a problem that we still face. Our industry is predominantly white. It's a fact. It's predominantly white. The African client is black. The African client does not speak Afrikaans. They speak Swahili, they speak French. So we said, but wait a minute. There are people here that were in exile, that have been in these countries, that were in Angola, that were in Zambia, that were in Tanzania. And now some of them are retiring. So why don't we go to them and say, guys, you know, when you retire, we want you to come and assist us to penetrate the African market. Because you know these guys. These are your former colleagues. These are your former brothers in arms. But for you to do that, I want you to be organized, because I do not want to be said I'm only favoring this individual over that individual. It's a project that we are yet to get off the ground. So the opportunities are there. There are things that military veterans can do that we as industry can solely benefit from and are willing to pay for them, but the veterans must then be in a position to organize themselves so that it's easy for us to support them. Thank you very much, Admiral.
Thank you, AMD. And Deputy Minister, you have taken note of this other issue, a controversial one. Military veterans are military veterans. We don't want to take opportunities away from others because now people, they don't know who to talk to, or who's a military veteran, who's not a military veteran, the way he's saying it. But I think we all know some of the challenges that we are facing as colleagues, as people that obviously want to get businesses. But I think there must be a transparent process in terms of, accessing some of the opportunities that are there. We don't want to lose opportunities because of, the industry running away because they don't know who's military veteran, who's not military veteran. I think it needs to be resolved, and then I know the department will be able to look at this and make sure that this conflict is being addressed. What I also wanted to think about as well from your side, if we have got an opportunity to come back to you, is that you said there are opportunities. I don't know if these men and women that are sitting here who are veterans, they see those opportunities. For me, you can say there are opportunities, but if we don't see them, they're non-existent from where I'm sitting. We need to see them. How do you make us to see them? And that's what I want you to start thinking about. Because I don't want next year when we come back here, because the CEO said it's going to be an annual event, we still say opportunities are available. I want to hear from you to say, we have made them available to military veterans. And all the veterans are aware about these opportunities, and they have submitted their applications. Colleagues, we cannot keep on saying they are, but we don't see anything. For me, it's a result. I want when we meet again, you're saying, since we met, this is what we have done. And this is how the people responded. That's what we want. Conference after conference after conference, we cannot say the same thing. So I want to hear, before we leave, how you're going to make sure that these opportunities are there in public for these people that are sitting here today. They didn't take their pills today, by the way, because they didn't, because we had to rush here. So don't bring them again next day. They forget to take their pills again, and we talk the same issue again. No, we can't. Small enterprise. You here as well. Tell us, how do you support us?
Thank you for the opportunity. Am I audible? Okay, as mentioned, I am from Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, which is a merger between CSIR, former CSIR and SETA, former SETA. Basically, we provide non-financial support. I hear there's also much support from the panelists as well. I think the more the merrier. We offer non-financial support in the form of assisting with marketing, assisting with financial information, assisting with operations, where we streamline your operations. We also assist with the human resource, business plan, and also look at if the business is viable. Our department, which is a business development support, also assists with funding applications. So you don't need to struggle on your own in terms of applying, because we've got an online profile of applying. My department where I am is where it comes in once it's ready for funding. So once they've done the business plan, once they've done the market assessment, once they've done the feasibility study, or once you've got the orders, if you've got, if you have to supply in terms of supply chain requirements, you are more than welcome to apply. So we do have a quick turnaround time on our purchase order funding because it's streamlined. We also have a fund which I heard some of the speakers mention of in terms of funding bakeries. I think my job is on the line here because there's more of us who are in the space. So we do have a fund which is called the Township and Rural Enterprise Development Program. So that is earmarked for people who are based in townships and rural areas. What I think should happen going forward, just to answer your question regarding the accountability, once we've got an MOU with the various departments, we should then have monthly meetings to record the progress. So for example, to be able to say, over the past 3 months, we've funded so many entrepreneurs. These were the challenges. Can we please focus on this? I think that will assist in a great deal in terms of a year from now, I'm able to say, look, we've funded over 10 million over 3 entrepreneurs, you know, these are the areas and these are the areas of focus. I think that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we've taken note. I think we might still have a round after that. I've been given an hour, and then I must finish by 12:30, if I'm correct, unless if the organizers give me more time. But I wanted to prioritize the businesses. For me, that's the key. I'm not really advocate. I'm not really saying you're not important. I'm going to do that after we finished. Yeah. Everybody write your questions, otherwise you're not going to finish. Write all your questions. That's why I want to rush now. The advisors here. I'll skip a lot of issues on procurement. You, my sister, I want you to touch as much as you can on issues of procurement. Anticipate all the questions that will come. I give you 3 minutes.
3.
Yes. 3 minutes. And touch everything on procurement, the challenges, everything that you know. I know you know the subject very well.
Yeah, the issues are plenteous. I'll start here. One of the important aspects to consider is how to enter a supply chain. I'll speak particularly for the AMSCO supply chain. You would need your business to be legally registered. That means you've attended to the requirements of the CIPC and you've got your company registration documents. Further to that, you are strongly advised to register on the Central Supplier Database, the CSD. There's a common question that comes up: how do I enter the AMSCO supplier database? AMSCO does not maintain a supplier database because, as a government in South Africa, for public procurement, we utilize the CSD. So make sure, even if you are registered with the DMV, which is highly recommended because you're a designated group, you still need to have your business registered on the CSD. Because primarily, AMSCO will make use of the suppliers that are on the CSD to source, for example, quotations for an RFQ process. So that answers the question of how you enter into the supply chain. Furthermore, you would need to have your company tax compliant. We cannot run away from the tax man, not us as AMSCO particularly, and we recommend that you refrain from doing the same. So have your tax matters in order so that you stand a better chance of being selected when an RFQ, for example, comes up. Because whereas there is talk of what we call set-asides, we need to be mindful that the current procurement legislation that prevails does not permit an organ of state such as AMSCO to apply set-asides. So we are mindful of the designated group of the military veterans, and we prefer to do business with the military veterans. However, we are not allowed by law to set aside any tender or RFQ specifically for the military veterans. Here is what is allowed. What we can do on a particular requirement, be it an RFQ or an RFB, we can apply preferential procurement specific goals, whereby yourself as a military veteran entity, you would earn more points than a company which is not owned by a military veteran or the beneficiaries of military veterans. That is the preference that you would get. But for you to get that preference, you would need to have your documents in order. That means you must have your BBBE certificate or sworn affidavit valid at the time of submitting or responding to an RFB or RFQ. That is how you would enter into the supply chain of AMSCO. But I want to touch on the softer side of things that we don't often talk about. And I have 3 words for you: prepare, prepare, prepare. The 21 days advert of an RFB is insufficient for you to start running around looking for where you're going to source the wares that AMSCO is looking for. My colleague Osjoy spoke about complicated items and articles that you would need to have particular certifications and authorizations in order to trade with those items. In 21 days, you are unlikely to succeed to have all the documentation what she's asking for. And I'm trying to say to you, do your preparation ahead of time. Operate yourself as an official business. Don't just wait for any and all opportunities that show up, because the opportunities are plentiful. They are there all the time. If you go now on the AMSCO tender bulletin, you'll find RFB requirements, RFQ requirements that are advertised and ready to close at a set closing date. In that time when the advert is out, you are unlikely, and I repeat, you are unlikely to secure preferable negotiated rates with the OEMs of the particular items in time for you to compile your valid bid and make your submission to AMSCO. So I'm trying to say to you, prepare yourselves ahead of time outside of the bid process, because the supply chain process, sometimes it runs slow, but it can run very fast if you don't have the right documents. It will take you time. I'll make an example. If we are sourcing for an item that has local content and production, how many of you, by show of hands, understand local content and production? Where you need to contact the DTIC. I see you there at the back. You know how long it takes. It's not just you sitting in your office where you operate, compiling your bid. You need to actually contact the DTIC. That person that you are contacting, you find that they have a queue of other clients that they are servicing. You join that queue. So the 21 days is not sufficient. And it gets worse with an RFQ process where it can be open in the market for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days. That is not sufficient time for you to be starting only then to compile your compliance documents. Prepare, prepare, prepare. Organize yourself properly. And one other thing I want to say, if you want to successfully enter the AMSCO supply chain or any of the other organs of state supply chains, try to operate as close to the source as possible. And I'm saying this because there is a prevalent problem of overcharging, undercharging, incorrect charging. It cannot be that with your one RFQ, you are aiming to buy a German sedan. To do that, you are probably going to price yourself out of the market. And we see this on a daily basis. I cannot overemphasize this point. Overcharging, undercharging. Undercharging may get you in. If you undercharge, I get the idea that you understand the public procurement system, because we operate on an 80-20 or 90-10 preference point system, where the 90% will be the points that are allocated for you to have complied with functional and other technical requirements. The 10 points would be for your price. So for you to get the bid, it means you are the highest scoring bidder. That means your price is the lowest of those that have come in. So if you undercharge, you're playing the system, I understand. You put your price low enough to get in. But the problem you're creating is that you will not be able to deliver at that low price. In the end, you've compromised not only yourself, but AMSCO as well. Because we aim to provide the defense material to the arms of service. And if you've underquoted an article, there's a particular item that needs to be imported. You undercharge it to get in, you struggle to get the EUC and the other permits, and then after a while you realize that actually my price point is not profitable. You cannot deliver on that item. That means we cannot make those articles available to the soldier on the ground in DRC or Mozambique or wherever they are. So there are ripple effects to the advent of undercharging. Overcharging is just as problematic. You overcharge, then your counterpart sitting next to you gets the bid because they are at the correct price point. Again, I go back to preparation. If you understand the commodities that you want to trade in, and I recommend very strongly that you must study Do your own market study before you engage a bid to say, I'm going to venture to respond on this. If you understand it properly, your chances of quoting it right, charging it correctly, are very high. So overcharging, undercharging is a common problem, and this is where most military veterans don't get the bid. Because what we also do to give preference, facilitator, to the designated group, there are areas where a commodity, for example, I'll use the common ones. Someone mentioned toilet paper, water, your operational items, paper in the office, the things that are recurring, what I would call commercial off-the-shelf items that are easy to supply and deliver. Those items are always there. The opportunity will come because they are recurring in nature. They are frequently recurring. They will come. AMSCO cannot operate an office and not have toilet paper. If you understand the commodity, you will price it correctly. But the thing that kicks you out is that you either want to buy a German sedan on an RFQ for toilet papers, or you've come in so low that yourself you cannot deliver. If the retailers are retailing toilet paper, a bale of 48 at 360 rands, you cannot come and want to charge AMSCO 500 rands. Even if you're a designated group, we will not allow it. We will not allow it. So this is a big problem. If you want to enter successfully, because the opportunities are there, they are plentiful. And on the matter of where to locate these opportunities, as AMSCO, for our operational requirements, these commercial off-the-shelf items, we put them on the website every year after we have compiled what we call the annual procurement plan. You'll find them there. Use that to prepare yourself before we publish. Before we publish the RFX, be it RFQ or RFB, consult that annual procurement plan. It will tell you when to anticipate which RFX to come out into the market. Then you are prepared. We would take one of those, the commercial off-the-shelf items, we can say only military veterans will compete on this one. That's a way of preferring. I don't want to use the word set aside. My colleagues in Treasury will not be happy with me. But the effect is the same. If we select 6 of you, only 6 of you who are military veterans, we've given you preference. Then it's up to you to compete properly. And you will not compete properly if you're not prepared. Can I end there, please? It's a lot. There's more I can say, but...
Thank you very much. I've seen this preferential procurement policies. I think we had debates about them last year at the Military Command Council and the PDSC. I think they will work in one or the other. But even there, we just need to say to ourselves, the veterans, if we put the processes that disqualify them, whether even if you say preferential, because they're not empowered, they don't have the qualification, it will still go to other people anyway. You'll try to target them, but because we did not do anything to empower them, then they're still going to lose the opportunities. I think that's what we start needing to look about. And that's where education is coming in. Education. These people have trained, they've got so much skills. Complicated ones, technical ones, to be honest. Prior learning, recognition of prior learning, to make sure that they do have certain qualifications post the 40 years, 30 to 40 years of their service. How can we help them to effect this for them? But how will you, from education side, assist the veterans also to qualify? I don't want them to have a PhD degree. They don't need it anymore. I think they just want a qualification that actually improve their standard of living. Otherwise, they can't study for 4 years. And now you're even complicating it with higher education. You want them to have articles before they even qualify or put their PhDs now. We even put other obstacles and obstacles from higher education. I don't know if you guys know. You cannot now just get your PhD after studying 4 years without publishing 3 to 4 articles. And it's even a nightmare to even get a slot to publish your article in a recognized, a reputable journal. We don't want that from you. But how can you assist them?
Thank you very much, facilitator. I hope I'm audible enough. I think as a opening or starting on my discussion, firstly, we need to realign the skill sets that the individual veterans are having. But before I go to say how can that be achieved, I think a number of opportunities have been indicated here. But what underscores these opportunities, or what will make these opportunities successful, is the skill set that we need to impart. As Department of Higher Education and Training, we focus on what we term as post-school education. Any person that is outside school, any education that happens outside school, through our entities, is the responsibility of higher education. Whether we are doing the recognition of prior learning, noting the skills that an individual is having, or whether we are talking about community education, that is the terrain of the higher education. But I will talk more on the vocational education, which provides mid-level skill, focusing on your short programs. Whether you want to lay tiles, you are looking for a short program. Yes, I agree. We'll not be putting them on 3-year apprenticeship. Maybe that's the focus for the beneficiaries of military veterans, because they are still young. And we don't want to add them on this not in employment education or training, which is currently a huge problem, because official figures, we have over 4 million young people that are not in employment, in training, or any form of education. But unofficially, this figure might be around 8 to 10 million. And that is a ticking time bomb. I think the military veterans will understand that more than myself, the danger of young people that are sitting idly. How do we deal with them? And some of them are the children of people sitting here. How do we then assist those looking? I will focus on the role and how we are positioning our TVET colleges as institutions of choice. The chair spoke about 24 beneficiaries of military veterans, that we have just started a project. I'll call it a pilot project because we started it last year. They are just completing a year exactly this month. They are completing a year. I think those are the programs that we need to scale up. It's got a potential that we can firstly scale up and make it an annual program, but it's even having more potential if we can decentralize it, because at this point we have centralized it around one area, and it makes it a bit expensive because we have to take these people across the country and send them to Western Cape. While we can have strategies that we can decentralize, that in each and every province we have a number of TVET colleges. In each and every district we have a TVET college or a campus of a TVET college, where we can then, we have built the capacity of these colleges through a program that we started in 2019 that is called Centers of Specialization. That's where these 24 beneficiaries of military veterans are currently doing training through that concept of Center of Specialization, where we ensure that we build their capacity, we ensure that they are properly, infrastructure is proper in training for artisans. Facilitators are trained. We have partnership with a number of countries. Through BRICS, we have trained a number of facilitators in India, in China, and so on, that we are using as facilitators. So these are some of the programs that we need to look on. But it's not only 3-year programs. We also have short programs that are looking at community programs, where, like skills program, that one can do. Those programs, whether you are a military veteran yourself, maybe you want to do some of the agricultural skills program, those programs are there through our vocational institutions. And as long as it's a public college, firstly, we guarantee the subsidy to that institution. Secondly, we are able then to leverage the funding through our sector of education and training authorities, or whether through the National Skills Fund. So we make funding available such that it nearly become free for any participating institution. If we are using a public college and we have worked through us, and we are able to leverage same grants that we have done for these young people that we have put on apprenticeship. But also what we need to consider so that we are able to massify that through our supply chain process or our suppliers, we include the element of skills development component, so that it's not just a contract that enrich few, but it's also having an element. We've been doing that with big contracts, but we could also start looking at smaller contracts that will include a skills development component, that whatever size of a contract, we then say part of it is either you then give access to one or two young people that will learn the skill that is provided, and that will not really be taking much from the contract itself, because you'll be getting the subsidy from a SITA or from either a national skills fund. The only thing, we need these young people to be mentored. So it's more about providing opportunity for mentorship. Let me pause there.
Yes, I hear you, and then I'm happy that you did touch on the issues of skills. And then that we cannot obviously take them for 4, 5, 3 years, 4-year program, but we need to make sure that with the skill that is already acquired over time, we can actually be able to work on those skills and give them a qualification. Military veterans, remember now we moved from the end qualifications now, we are now using the Quality Council of Trade and Occupations, which talks to what Department of Higher Education is talking about. Is there in your plan that when people retire, you can take them through that and qualify them through that council that I'm talking about? Because it's critical for me, because at least if they did not manage during their careers to have at least a certificate that obviously give testimony to their skills, you probably can take them through that program and make sure that at least they can have a qualification so that they can beat some of the bureaucratic processes that we need, because you will need those skills. You need the qualification to compete for certain opportunity. Is there in your plan as the veterans?
Thanks, Chair. Dealing with you, I have learned that I need to be combat ready, because our agreement was that I'm not going to talk.
I did not sign any contract with you.
But anyway, I hear your question, but I think let me start from this side. CEO Ntato Dlovu, the vision of the department is the community that is dignified, unified, empowered, and self-sufficient. And I think this group that is here is the most important group that makes this becomes a reality. And as long as we are fragmented, this does not become a reality that we are looking at. And I'm speaking in two different heads. One is that our responsibility is to go into other departments and knock on behalf of military veterans. And of course, within that, we have been taking notes of all the offering that they've been making, so that after this we can go back and make sure that we follow up in all of those opportunities that they've made available for military veterans. Of course, the department also has skills development funding for each and every one that wants to be skilled. Dr. Mahaba said that we ought to professionalize our businesses. Be it that you need to be having some financial skills or people skills or any other skill that one can then look at. So the department has got a set-aside amount of money whereby we can be able to take everybody else into, if you've got an institution that you wanted to do skills development, the department is there to make sure that, no, we fund that. So anybody else, we're making this declaration that, no, we are available. We are practicalizing this thing of saying, if you do need skills development, and we have identified skills development, or you have identified training that you need to go through, see the department, see me after this. Let's practicalize these things. Let's make sure that, no, we take you to school in order for you to do what, in the words of Oslebu, prepare, prepare, and prepare. I think let me put it that way. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Now, I'm happy it's in your plan as the military veteran, because for me it's very, very critical. Let's go to the last question that I want to ask before I go to the audience. It's obviously on the National Empowerment Fund. Are you representing
Yes.
Mr. Malian? Can you talk to us how you can assist us, and what are the common mistakes or challenges that we believe as veterans we face in order to apply?
Okay, thank you, Chair. What I would address now, let me just start by unpacking, because I think it's very important for them to understand who the National Empowerment Fund is and what do they do. Actually, our shareholder ministry, the TTIC, is here with me, where there's a lot that we actually working together to make sure to better off. We are an agency of the TTIC that is mandated to actually grow black economic participation. So by that saying, we are looking at funding black-owned businesses that Oslebu over here, Tonseke Mutsebe Hantle, as head of supply, so that if the veterans are now getting their RFQs or they are appointed to their POs in delivering, then they are able to approach the National Empowerment Fund to actually access finance so that they can be able to get funding for that. So we start our funding from 250,000 to about 75 million. We look at different aspects. You've got what we call our pre-investment unit. The pre-investment unit now looks at the non-financial support, either entrepreneurship training that needs to be done with either an entrepreneur for them to actually understand what to do. We've got what we call the Imbewu Fund, which is what we call seed capital. This now looks at your contract finance, that looks at your franchising finance, that looks at let's talk about garages or something like that, depending what they want to venture into. Let's talk about manufacturing, which is one of the things that we've actually partnered with the DTIC, our shareholding ministry, where we've got blended finance on that. Yes, the NEF deals with loans and strictly loans, but we have actually worked with different departments where we said, okay, let us work together, let's collaborate, bring a certain amount of money in towards it, we will match that, so that then there'll be blended finance, where there'll be partial grant and partial loan. We look at what we call Umnotho Fund. Umnotho Fund, it's something, it's for buying into an existing business, expansion of capital and all of that. So we try and actually look at all the spheres of business. And as well, we got what we have, the rural township and economy, community development, where we are saying even there is blended finance, where we're saying we will be able to give you the loan part of it, and we've got a grant that we've actually sourced out with, and then we can be able to actually see how do we assist your business to be able to be viable, sustainable, and all of that. What's very key on our side is that your business needs to be viable. It needs to be sustainable. You need to be able to show us the job creation part of it. What are you going to be able to do? What is your product? And have you done research about that product? Where are you going to be able to place that product? Are you export ready? So that we then partner with the DTIC as well with that to do the export part of it. So it's a holistically saying, we are a DFI that says we're given a mandate to say, fund black businesses, transform the economy, and make it black. It is hard, and because of there are so many challenges that you come across. But as we go and we learn along, hence we've now have worked in collaborations with CSIR. We've just recently, with the Department of Small Business Development and us as the TTIC and the NEF, we've launched the Sponsorship Fund, where we are able to say and see that what is the whole point of saying we at the NEF, we started funding from 250,000 to 75 million, and we want to build industrialists, and we want to build people that are very viable in business. But yet we're not working in conjunction, in collaboration with CSIR, where we start from an early stage, like your sponsorship fund, where you can be able to start grooming an entrepreneur at that level and going forward in terms of making sure that when they move from Department of Small Business and Development, and when they are now at a scale that they're engaging with either the Department of Trade and Industry, they are able to approach your NEFs, they are able to approach your IDCs, where they can then be able to get a bigger large sum of money, and they can be able to do better. Can I just leave it there?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm happy you're talking about the issues of the loans, etc., and the amounts that people can qualify. The challenge, the last time I think I checked the Military Pension Act, almost around 9,000 people qualified for around 5,000 rands a month, which is really, for me, nothing. Out of the 85,000 that are on the database, only 9,000, I think, are getting the pension of 5,000. You cannot also do a loan with a 5,000 rand. So you still need to start thinking about that, because they're also important for us, because they are also veterans, so that they also have access to your product as well. Yes, I accept the money is little, the 5,000, but probably there can be something. After I've said that, compliance, you scared the hell out of me with your bureaucratic process, long, tedious. If I was somebody that wanted to apply to that, I could have said, no, I'm not going to waste my time because I'm not going to qualify. How can you advise the relaxation of the process in the interest of our veterans?
Thank you, facilitator. When it comes to compliance, unfortunately, there are no shortcuts. Everything has to be done and in a specific order. However, as AMSCO, as an acquisition agency, we're very passionate and fully supporting the military veterans and all industry role players. What we do, after you have qualified for the order, despite having been registered, we don't just leave you there to suffer on your own. We walk with you this journey. We understand it can be very complex, especially if you are also going to import from foreign suppliers. It becomes complicated because now you have to take into consideration the requirements of foreign countries. Their national authorities, they've got their own national arms control systems, which must now be aligned or must be talking to our own. So it gets complicated. Hence, we, as the division, AMSCO fully supports arms control compliance so much. We've got all the support we need from the executive within the organization. It's a well-supported function. And we also, we are available for the contractors when they execute the orders to, we walk this journey with them. It's very frustrating, whereby whenever you encounter issues in terms of while you are executing, you are welcome to inform the project manager. And then when you inform the project manager, we start to engage with you either through a teleconferences, or we can write emails to understand the problem, and then we will start to intervene where you are experiencing a problem. So you don't have to suffer alone. It's not only about having asked you to go and source items when we say on the 30th deliver them. We understand the complexities within this industry. Hence, we will like you to inform us when we have difficulties so that we can, and there are interventions. Sometimes we even go to the level of engaging the military attaches or the embassies of the supplier country to say, hey, we've got this specific order with this contractor. Can you please please intervene with your authority there to grant the export license, because it's a dual process. As much as there are requirements here, even the suppliers, so those who are supplying you as the contractors, they have to apply for the export licenses while we are applying for the import. So it's both ways. So we resolve those issues. We are part of the process throughout. And also, looking at your registrations, we inform you about, we don't, sometimes when we work with your documents, we even alert you to say your registration is about to expire, because it must remain valid for the entire duration while you are executing the order. We will send those alerts to you to say, hey, project manager, please talk to this contractor to start renewing the registration, so that there is a seamless renewal in order to prevent any delays in terms of the project. So this is a complicated environment. And also another issue which I want to emphasize, we have seen over years whereby we were assisting the military veterans, like my colleague has just indicated. They come in, you assist them, they register, and then after 2 months, when you expect them to start to bid and see them flourishing, they come and then there's a different group, different name. I start all over again. I don't know how many companies I have assisted to register so far. So I don't know what can be done, but for me, as I was studying, they used to put us in what we call syndicates. And you were forced to stay within that syndicate group, whether you like it or not. Maybe we should look at something like that, so that when we have grouped you together, we lock you into that group, you resolve problems and you grow together until you are successful. So these are the issues in terms that we have seen over time. And we understand the fact that there is no formal training when the information is not so readily available. But arms control is available for you. Consult AMSCO, talk to us through the APMs, go to the info, send that email. Our communication department has been very, very effective in terms of making sure that whatever queries that are coming through, they reach us, and we do our best to resolve it. We do our best to find a solution for you, to work with you. We even call contractors to say, you know what, you must come here. Then we will sit down and understand the frustration and direct them where they are supposed to be. Not just directing, sometimes I work with them to say, here is the person who needs to assist you. Talk to them, get their numbers from here, talk to each other, let me know if you're being assisted. So these are the kind of interventions that we have put in place as AMSCO, going sometimes out of our mandate to make sure that the designated groups and any other contractor succeeds in this environment. Remember, the contract has got penalties. I urge everyone who is executing the contract to be honest. Do your part. Don't just get the order and over-promise, like my colleague has said, like Lebo has said. We understand you cannot say you can deliver something within 30 days. When I know that you still need to have to apply for the EUC, and then your supplier will still have to apply for their own export license, which takes around 6 months on the other side. Don't overpromise. Be honest when you submit your bids, so that you can be evaluated fairly against what is known, what is the normal process. So if you do that, then you are attracting penalties for yourself, whereby now we have to dig for facts, we have to look for, because we know these items, that some of them are not available locally. You cannot say you are just going to deliver. There will be challenges, there will be this, there will be this. So be honest as well, and do everything in accordance. When you are executing the contract, be honest. If you said, I will apply for the end user certificate within 3 months. Do it in 3 months, because you cannot sit with the order for 18 months and then on a day before it expires, you just submit the request for the EUC and you say, I've since submitted the request, the arms control has not responded. We will look at these dates. We keep track of everything that is happening. So I really urge you, there is bureaucracy, red tapes and everything, but you can work and succeed in this environment. Partner with us. AMSCO will not abandon you.
This team can talk. They can talk. I passed my time by 1 hour by 7 minutes, Deputy Minister. My apology. I just passed it by 7 minutes. But it's not because of me, it's because of the team. I think they're passionate in terms of what they do, and they were passionate in terms of the advices that they want to give to you. I did plan to allow people to ask questions. I'm at the mercy of the organizers, people. They gave me 1 hour. I thought we will have that. If the organizers say, Admiral, you can give them 10 minutes, I'll do that. I'm not quite sure. Otherwise, maybe there can be a way the organizers can advise. I saw your hand. I still want to get permission because I had only one. I see so many hands actually. Deputy Minister, you look at the bag, you'll be scared. There's so many hands and they want to ask questions. I don't know. Colleagues, I was given an hour. And as a military person, if they give me an hour and I pass with 7 minutes, I apologize, and I did. But the next round, or do we do one round? Okay, I really negotiated for an extra hour, not extra hour, extra minutes, but they said one round. Please be short. I don't know how long it's going to take. I'll start there. Roll me mics. It's a lot of hands, Deputy Minister. I'm honest. 30 minutes. 15. Colleagues, they say it's 15 minutes. Yeah, if they can walk, please. Yeah, and please don't make a long story. Just go straight to the question. The Deputy Minister also has got commitments. I know, and then he has to deliver his speech as well. So just take that into consideration. Short to a point. Questions. And you can say who you want to ask questions.
Hello. Thank you, Program Director. I broke my ankle, so if I'm going to stand, it's going to be a problem. Yeah.
You may sit. Yeah.
My name is Ruben Mashagari. I'll try and be considerate with time. I consider myself an entrepreneur. I am a military veteran, bona fide. But you see, if I was in a coma for 15 years, walking through the door this morning, I was going to be very excited. But I had my doubts because, unfortunately, I've been conscious all along. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because a military veterans group, the community, it seems that there is no decisiveness on how to deal and approach this community. And I want to appreciate again what AMSCO has done together with DMV. Now, I want to point out a few things. Ntate Dlongwana this morning said it is important for military veterans to register their companies with DMV, which is what we have done. Now, there are so many things happening around us. I'm based in Gauteng. Last year, an acquaintance of mine called me, Areta Rubza. There's one department is looking for companies of military veterans. Okay, out of desperation, I forwarded my details and so on. But they never came back to me. But my question was, if a military veteran has to register with DMV, how is the information cascaded? If a department has got work, that is, I'm not sure, ring-fenced and so on, how do you do this? Because I never got information from DMV. And last week when I saw the same department, when I saw them in the papers, I'm not surprised that they are under investigation. I was not surprised. Now, I went to DMV because, like I said, I'm an entrepreneur. I designed an exercise book, which I'm selling to schools. And I registered my company with DMV. I was promised heaven and earth because I needed funding. It evaporated. And the person that was working with us at DMV, I understand she's been transferred to Eastern Cape or something like that. Now, when you go to departments, the officials always have reason not to help us. And I've heard that reason echoed today. The minute you say you can't ring fence, you can't say preferential, and I've heard it today again. I've heard this for more than 10 years. They say politicians have signed an act, but they have not explained to the officials how to implement this thing in military veterans. I can share the information with you, which departments I've been to, when, because I've got my files. Now, Chair, in closing, out of my own, because I need to survive, out of my own, I went out, I scraped, I borrowed, and I did this. I went into, on my own, without anybody's assistance, I went into egg production. I produced 10,000 eggs a day, on my own. Now, DMV is here, the deputy minister is here, and so on and so forth. When I hear that you can't ring fence for military veterans, I'm expecting DMV to stand up and say, no, no, no. But because DMV becomes a roadblock for military veterans, they will not say anything. In closing, Ntate Ndlovu, I think what Ntate Ndlovu said is important. We must clarify this thing. Ntate Ndlovu said, he referred to us as groups. I think it's a problem. Because if you are going to focus on groupings being fragmented or not, you'll go nowhere. Learn from what DMV and AMSCO has done today. I was invited as an individual. So when you deal with, if you want to empower military veterans, you must look at people like us who I've paid my school fees. I don't need to go to TVET anymore. All I need is business. And the spokesperson or defense, if the meeting allows, I need audience with you because I've got a solution for defense force. Thank you.
I was going for you.
Thank you. My name is John Mabote from Togoza. I'm a military veteran. I just want to add on what you've just said, Ntate Ndlovu. I think the invitation, Itlile Honna as a director, Yakuto Creations. You wanted AMSCO, Ibatile, PPE, certificate, the CIPC. So, I can say what is difficult from your space, Hore, or accept an individual company again under your SCN. So I was adding on that. DMV, my company has been registered with your database, but I've never received anything from that portal. So I think there's improvement at if there is any other thing that please help me because I haven't told anything from that except that we have registered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's one there. I'm going to cut it, colleagues. I think respecting the time of the Deputy Minister, I'm going to take the next 3 again to make 5. Some question will cut across, to be very honest, from what other people have already asked. So just bear with me if I'm going to cut some of us.
Yes, thank you, Admiral. I'm David Toto. I'm also an entrepreneur. Yeah.
Okay, let's do the flowing. You talk, and then he talks, and then, oh my gosh. We are too many. Except that I like the excitement, by the way. I'm only worried about the Deputy Minister.
So among other things...
Yeah, no, it's fine. Let me just take 5 and then we
I'll take 1 minute.
Yeah.
Among other things that you said, Admiral, was that maybe we should provide some guidance to the panel as military veterans because we know some of those things. The example they've come through here. For 10 years, been doing this, hearing the same thing over and over. So maybe one of the things that we need to realize is, and I'm not going to say it direct to you, Mr. Ndlovu, but it is to you, that you need to look at military veterans as individuals and as they come. For example, if they come as a co-op, you deal with them as a co-op. Forget the organizations. We also have issues with the organizations, so forget. Deal with us as we come to you. Don't ask me about, where I belong. Deal with me as I show up to you. But one of the other things that need to be done, and we appreciate this kind of coordination because this has been lacking You would go and talk to one department or entity, and they tell you this. When you go to the other one, they say, we don't know what you're talking about. So the more and more we see you guys coming together from different departments, it shows that this thing is starting to take real fruit, what you call direction, where you speak to each other. We don't talk to AMSCO, and then you go to DTI, they say, we don't know what you're talking about. So that is appreciated. But another thing really, in terms of the categories of military veterans, I can tell you now, if all military veterans could come here, this place would be small. There's many military veterans who would like to be here, but they can't make it because they have nothing, nowhere to take. You see, so for example, some of the issues and problems that you guys raise as problems are actually not really just problems because military veterans are lazy or whatever, anything you would like to say. It's because they can't make it. There's veterans who would register a company now, okay, and be ready to attack, or to go for a certain tender. They don't make that tender. Time goes on, the compliance expires. Something else comes up, you call us to come here, you want me to come with a valid BEE, and you find out that my BEE was done 2 years ago when my wife was able to give me 1,000 rand, from her, or my spouse was able to give me 1,000 rands to register. Nothing has happened, and the next time I need to come through. So one of the things that you might want to look at as you assist us going forward is, for example, setting up a small fund somewhere where you don't have to give me anything. All I do, I come to you and say, my papers have expired. Since the last time I was assisted to register and be compliant, nothing came through for me. So this thing have expired now. Can you assist me to re-comply so that I'm ready for the next tenders and RFQs and RF whatever? So please look at that, at this in those terms, and don't just chuck because my papers are not up to date. Where do I get money? I'm not working. My spouse is working. She gets tired to give me 1,000 rand every month to go and renew papers that don't bring money at home. So really listen to us, talk to us, and hear where we come from instead of just coming up with big, named excuses to chuck us away. Thank you.
I think there was one there. I saw another 5. I'm taking 5 and then we'll make a decision.
Thanks, Admiral. I thought you had forgotten about me completely. I just want to say, I think here we're missing the fundamental problem. The fundamental problem is that military veterans are treated with utter disrespect in this country. And I'm saying this because if you go to Zimbabwe, it's different. America, what is set aside? You don't even apply for a job if a military veteran has applied for the same job, because it will go to the military veteran. And I've been to America. I was shocked the way we're treated there as military veterans. You go to Namibia. In Namibia, we went there because we were with their colonel. We're not even registered. Our passports were not registered. You just told them, no, this is a course for South Africa soldiers. Because they know you. Our passports were not registered, stamped inside, and when we left, they were not stamped. When we arrived here, Home Affairs had a problem. And the college was saying, Home Affairs has a problem. I said, tell them to fix it. That can't be a problem, because they know who you are. So let them fix it. These are soldiers, and of course, other people know how much we have sacrificed. Some people don't know. The ex-Robben Islanders have a problem registering with military veterans. That I cannot understand. There's one Gushu who had a special pension. Gushu, I was with Gushu in prison. Gushu, I wrote him this thing. What is it? Affidavit, to say I know this guy. Right? But Gushu didn't get his special pension. And he's going to die. All we have to do now is that when we have got money, we give it to Gushu. I even asked Making, Tembile Making, I said, you must go to Gushu, because Tembile spent, a short time with us in prison. I said, go to Gushu. I understand he's not well. He went there, he bought him groceries. That's not on. We make him a beggar in a country that he has fought for. That is not on, and it can't be on at all. Personal, I can't understand. Really, I can't understand. We can't be treated like this. There's a reason why military veterans are not treated the way we are treated. And if you don't know, that's for security reasons. And I'm telling you, one day we'll be in a position when you need military veterans. Thank you.
I'll tell you, there's so many hands, and then I can tell you now, for me sitting here, I'm very excited to see the hands because it shows your commitment and it shows the passion, and you've got questions and you want them to be answered. But in respecting the time now, taking note of what I said about the Deputy Minister, because he must still do his address as well. We're not done yet, and we are committed to 1400. I negotiated with the acting DG to say we're going to take all the questions. We're not going to respond to them today, so that in the interest of time. I hope you understand. We take all the hands that I see now, you write all your questions, you give them to me. I will wait here until I get all your questions, and I'll give it to them. Rest assured, I'll make sure, as the facilitator of this thing, this session, to make sure that you get the responses. Some are close to the same, to be very honest, but I'll make sure through the DMV that we respond to those things through how you communicate with them. Is it sufficient, colleagues? Otherwise, we're not going to finish. And like I say, I'm very happy to see this number of people that want to raise issues. There are issues. I can see that, and then I'm mindful of those issues. Let's allow that the deputy. Okay, I give over now. My program is finished, but I will still facilitate the questions after we finish the program. I will sit here. I'll facilitate that we get all the questions so that I hand them over to military veterans. Colleagues, I will stop at that now. You wanted to say something?
Just a request, Chair. The questions that have been directed. The questions that have been directed to us as defense industry, in the interest of time, I understand. We have a booth just outside in the exhibition area. Please kindly approach them, get our details so that we can continue conversing outside of this platform, because we will not be able to finish all of those today. And the questions of individuals versus groupings, we can then address them outside of this meeting. Thank you very much.
I'm happy with that arrangement. So I'm heading over to the program director. I'm done with my facilitation.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, may...
Sorry, let me continue. sorry, you see, the question was overwhelming. Colleagues, thank you very much. You have really outdone yourselves. The information that you've given to the audience here is something that I also learned from it, and I think they also learned out of it. There's still pressing questions, unfortunately, that you could not respond to. I accept that. But after we got all the questions, I still wanted to respond to them. I will still make sure that we get the questions and you get what is relevant to you, respond, and we give it back to them through the military veteran. But thank you very much, and you've done yourself. I'm very proud. Let's give them a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, CEO, may I suggest, having sat here and listened to this discussion, may I suggest on behalf of the participants that we consider having a question and answer session in future, so that we give the participants more time to talk to us than us talking to them. And I think it's fair in that way, so that we come here fully prepared that we are going to listen. And we are going to listen, take notes, give answers, direct the military veterans to a correct place. I was touched by one of the speakers there who says they get sent from pillar to post, which is something bad by government, terrible. I listened to one meeting when we were in Cape Town, a similar session like this, but from small businesses, where they were saying, your DTIs, your IDCs, your fund of this, that, and the other. Young man stands up and says, Mr. President, you keep referring us to these people here. I've been to all of them, and the young man mentioned them by name. And this is a problem with government, and I think this engagement, CEO, is something that we need to take very seriously and allow our military veterans to tell us in terms of their economic and interventions on what we should do. And I like the interventions of the military veterans saying to us, don't look at us as a group. We are a group, yes, but we're individuals too. So look at us beyond the grouping called military veterans. Look at us as individuals and other components. So CEO, on behalf of the military veterans, I'm really, really recommending and begging you to consider a next session where we will, in fact, the military veterans will sit here, you and I and all of us will sit there and listen and give answers and direction. With those few words, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the panelist session and you got as much information as possible. May I then, without further ado, invite the Deputy Minister of Military Veterans to come and address us. He has to rush to another appointment. Sir, may I invite you?
Program Director, everybody was asking a question, am I audible? Am I audible? Program Director, Mr. Spue Dlamini, our Head of Communications, Dr. A.L. Mahapa, Chair of the AMSCO Board of Directors, Advocate Mbata, our CEO of AMSCO, management from DMV, officials from DHET. There was a lady who was addressing here about arms control. The surname is very difficult. I greet you. Officials from the National Empowerment Fund, officials from Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, distinguished guests, esteemed stakeholders, value exhibitors, and most importantly, our honored military veterans. I do have passion on military veterans. They are my seniors. They are my commissars because I was young at the time. And further to that, I apologize to you, military veterans. I know all of you, we wanted to participate here. The time did not allow all of you. But an alternative has been made by our program director. It is both an honor and profound duty to address you today on this momentous occasion. This Supplier Information Day is not just an event, It is a culmination of a long journey, a journey marked by sacrifice, resilience, and an unwavering commitment by our military veterans to serve this nation. For many years, the plight of military veterans has been a subject for discussion. Yet, too often, those discussions did not translate into tangible opportunities. Military veterans who had once stood on the front line of our nation's defense found themselves on the margins of the economy, fighting new battle of economic exclusion and social neglect. I'm told that AMSCO established an enterprise and supplier development program in 2022. Yabona sabo 1910. The aim of this program is to create and develop capacity and expertise for military veterans so that their business becomes sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce that as of March 2024, AMSCO has already paid over 4 million towards this program. As government, we applaud these initiatives and trust that more companies will benefit from it going forward. However, as government, as institutions such as AMSCO, and as a collective society, we have recognized that honoring military veterans cannot end with medals and parades. True honor lies in restoring dignity through meaningful inclusion in the economic mainstream. It lies in opening doors to business opportunities, skills development, and sustainable livelihoods. This is the essence of today's Supply Information Day, a deliberate intervention to accelerate the economic empowerment of military veterans. It is a platform where words must translate into contracts, partnerships, and visible transformation. Furthermore, this is an opportunity to unpack the procurement process of AMSCO, other institutions, and understand the National Treasury regulations governing the state-owned entities. Over the past few years, we have begun to see the fruits of this collective commitment. I'm reminded of the recent milestone where I had the privilege of delivering a keynote address at the launch of a military veterans bakery project. A project that not only creates jobs but serves as a beacon of what can be achieved when military veterans are given the tools and the platform to thrive. Similarly, through the collaborative efforts led by AMSCO, we have seen the success of initiatives like the Business Incubation Program, where 52 military veterans companies were enrolled as the program aimed at providing business development support, infrastructure access, funding linkages, and market exposure. These are not isolated stories. They are blueprints of success that must be scaled, replicated, and supported across the country. However, much more remains to be done. Today's gathering is a call to action for every stakeholder in this room. We must forge new partnerships, unlock procurement opportunities, and ensure that military veterans are not passive observers, of South Africa's economic growth, but active contributors and beneficiaries. Let us make this Supplier Information Day a turning point. Let it be remembered as the day when commitments transformed into action, and when military veterans' struggle for economic inclusion was met with concrete, measurable outcomes. Lastly, I encourage you to register and regularly update your business profiles on the Central Supplier Database so that it is easy to do business with the government. Everybody was here said he or she is a veteran. I'm also a veteran. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Deputy Minister, I'm addressing this thing to you. We are very destitute. We are neglected by everybody in this country. Even our children, they don't recognize us. I've sacrificed my youth. I never enjoy my youth. I never go under for a formal education. I left this country to fight for our people to be liberated. But today, we are experiencing corruption in this country. And the most people that they can assist on that are neglected military veterans. We go to any department and seek for assistance, we are neglected. So I'm requesting you, the power that is invested in you, we want to be treated special. Especially in the DOD departments. Leave other departments, they don't care about us, boss. They don't care about our act. Our act is very silent. Our act doesn't, I don't know, that act of, act of 2011, they don't care. The officials, sometimes they take their children and apply for that 30% that is supposed to be allocated to military veterans on their children's companies. The example was here last year in Joburg. There's a company, there's a Department of Sport. Young children, the DA has raised that question. The children of 1990 and 1996, they were given 4 million for military veteran, 30%, those children. We people who are supposed to benefit from those things, we are neglected, Minister, or Deputy Minister. I'm asking you, the department under DOD, make sure we are special. I'm very angry now because I fought for this country. I don't have nothing. I'm looking for funding even now. I'm in the agricultural sector. I'm looking for funding. I'm asking you, assist me, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much for intervention, DM. As you can see and hear, the members are looking towards you to assist and intervene, particularly in the area where we, when I say we, in the defense industry sector, you want to respond, sir? DM, may I invite you to the podium to just say a few words?
Thank you very much, Program Director. First and foremost, I did not treat what the comrade have done. It doesn't undermine me. He raises realities that we know. I'm also from trenches. I know these comrades. He's raising a reality. They call me almost every day. We were working exactly on that. But I cannot say we will win, but that was the truth that we were working on. It's a difficult truth to speak, but all what he has said, I know. The neglection, I know. That is why we are deployed here, to make sure. We have not done anything for veterans, and we apologize on that. But we are working on it, comrades. We may reach somewhere in the near future, just to admit that what you are saying here is not wrong. Thank you very much.
DM, thank you for your leadership and being honest to first yourself and to the participants here. It's leaders like you that will take us further, because you admit, and you admit in public, if there were shortcomings from our side. I want to thank you for that, DM, and can I ask DM to be given a round of applause, please? Okay, what we'll do, there is the DMV stall outside here, just outside this door. There are colleagues that are manning that stall. If not, Admiral Kubu was facilitating, can give you all those details. And I've been asked to make sure that I inform you that all the questions that you would like to raise must be given to Admiral Kubu again. He'll be standing here to take all those questions, and we will write them out properly and deal with them individually and give responses. Thank you very much for that. Before we close, we are almost at the end of our session. I'm not sure if I've seen Ms. Boy. Is she here? Who's going to do the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizers? May she please come forward to do the vote of thanks. Ms. Boy.
Thank you, Program Director. Earlier on, you had referred to me as Mr. Boy. That was my father. That is not me. Molweni, Sanibonani. In the interest of time, I'd like to say all protocol observed. I think, but my item is one of the most important items. I wish to extend a heartfelt thank you to all our participants, especially to our Minister, our Deputy Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. I extend my sincere gratitude for your leadership and guidance in advancing the interests of the military veterans. Your presence here today signifies the backing from government aimed at empowering our military veterans to play a meaningful role in mainstream economy. To our panelists, to our exhibitors, and our supporting agencies, which form part of our panel, your commitment and insights have been invaluable in enriching today's engagement. Our date was changed previously. Today's session was supposed to have taken place in July, but they were very accommodating in changing the date to August. So your willingness to also share opportunities and to collaborate towards economic inclusion of military vets is deeply appreciated. To our colleagues from AMSCO, our chairperson, our coordinators, our stakeholders, and our partners, including our program director, we thank you for answering the call to collaborate in creating a future where our veterans are not sidelined, but are active economic participants within the South African economy. And lastly, but definitely not least, to our military veterans, the ones who are in attendance today and the ones who will be in attendance in future as we roll out into the rest of the provinces, we'd like to today, for you to recognize that today was about you. I know there were tough talks, which were good for us to open the door to further discussions, and for you to know that you can contact us, whether it's our partners or us at AMSCO, to be able to assist you, and for you to be open and honest in sharing, because we wanted the day to be meaningful for you. I'm part of the AMSCO board subcommittee for military veterans, and we are trying to have interventions that will make meaningful difference in yours and your dependents' lives. So in any way you can, we would like us to be more interactive. Hopefully today will open the dialogue for us moving forward. Your resilience, unwavering determination continues to inspire us to work even harder in opening those doors. As we depart today, we need to ensure that the conversations and partnerships continue for us to have sustainable opportunities for military vets and their families. The responsibility lies with all of us in turn to turn this intent that we had today into action. We thank you all for being part of this journey, and we hope you will also support us in ensuring that we make it a success this year and in years to follow. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Boy, and once again, I'm used to your father, unfortunately, that's why I called you by his name. Thank you. Colleagues, let me just, on a lighter note, share with you one of the few challenges I always have. I always do these things for the department and the industry and everybody. And never have I ever been thanked. So can you thank me too? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Deputy Minister, thank you for your presence throughout this session, and I really appreciate your honesty and how you dealt with the issues raised by the concerned member. Gentlemen and ladies, may I request that we allow the Deputy Minister to leave first, because I am informed that there will be gifts for you, all of you, outside there. So if we can allow the Deputy Minister to take leave, and then everybody must be seated, because your gifts are going to be handed over as you walk out. The second point is, all those that have questions, they've written questions, can they please bring them forward so that we can put them all together and then compile them in a very formal way as a report to this meeting, and then we will be able to distribute them to the relevant authorities which will take care of them. The AMD, Mr. Ndlovu, has also invited you to come to his stand where he can share all the information that you might want to be exposed to. The AMD office is, sorry, the AMD stand is also there. One most important point, is there lunch? There is lunch. Oh, can I invite you for lunch? You are invited for lunch. Thank you very much for participating. And TM, thank you very much. Can we allow TM to move first? A round of applause. I'm going to ask the organizers who will be out there so that every one of us, I am told every one of us has a gift. Of course, except for us who are working today. This was your day, and you'll be getting the gifts, and not Meshach here and others. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a pat on the back, and thank you very much.